Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's Sidequest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going to be leveling more Bard, but on account of having unlocked... I think we unlocked Bozja? I'm pretty sure we're close. We didn't set foot inside last time, but I'm pretty sure we're close. We will be leveling there, and something we haven't tried before. There's one primary reason for that beyond we haven't done that before. That reason is, as usual, we'll be going to Materia. And, well, usually when we are hanging out on Materia, I'm standing there with like 16 people that I can't bring everyone. But in Bozja, if you've unlocked it, you can go. I just need to, check on these things first. Oh, level up. With that said, hey Shaq, hey Matoro, hey Fatman, hey Kirin, hey Ham, hey Ymir, hey Castle, hey Philippe, hey Aradel, hey Warcraft Traveler, and hey Cyanide. Hope you're all doing very well. Hey Rust, hope you're... What? Hope you're doing well as well. Gallian War never changes. The Empire crumbled like 6 months ago and we're still fighting. The Empire crumbled like... Didn't it technically crumble like years ago at this point? Like, if we're going to be perfectly honest, isn't that the case? Time in Eorzea is fake or something. It is, well, I mean... Time in Eorzea is, something. When did you fight Zodiac? That's a good question, but I'm pretty sure we've had... I'm pretty sure we had, like, at least, like, half a dozen rewind replay main quest Smol Kai streams and like 40 Smol Kai side quests since then. So I think it's closer to a year than half a year. Onthic never really got the hang of the whole time thing. I mean, there's a reason why Smol Kai just agrees, like, he just gets Onthic, because she doesn't quite understand how time works either. Like, she doesn't quite get it. Oh, everyone's here! How many are we? I mean, I'll probably port over to Gangos immediately. But I can bring as many people as I can carry in my group before we go. Ymir's already at Gangos. Well, we want to be sure that we get as many people in the same instance. Is everyone already in a party? Did you already make a group? As I said, look at this. We're 10. And there's 2 more in Gango, so we're 12 already. Assuming everyone here is going. Neglected Adventurer. That's an unfortunate name. Would alliance work? If you make it into an alliance, then most of the like classic party features stop working. So I think the answer is no. But we will have to teleport or make our way to Gangos. I'll teleport so that the people I'm in group with can get that one. I'll wait with going to Bozja until we're all there, so we can try and make sure we land in the same instance. Look, more friends. Right. So I talk with this guy. Wait, what did he say? Alright. I'm guessing I have to start on a relic weapon to proceed, is that right? I'm not 100% sure on that, because when I got to Bozja originally, I came here on my main specifically to get a relic. Like, I came for a relic. This time, that's not the plan. Like, that's a side quest. Yeah. Good. Ready to get working on the resistance weapons, lads? Please note that upon completing the quest, Fire in the Forge, you will receive a resistance weapon for a Dark Knight. You like the name? Resistance weapon? Crossed my mind to call him Gunhilda's Blades, but after talking with Materia, we figured it'd be too confusing, seeing as that's also the name of the Queen's Guard. Any road, your timing couldn't be better. Before we get to working in earnest, I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what went on in Sid's noggin. Heard a fair bit from Mikoto, but I'd like to know if you saw any different. Sounds like I was right to ask you before setting to work. Seems to me those fancy markings in the weapons are mainly for show. I can copy them, but that won't be enough. Like as not, they were carved into the hilts as well, and to make sure the spell can take hold, you'd need a finish with fine powder what's conductive to aether. For material like that, I reckon you'd need to consult the alchemists at Ratzatan. And I can only think of one person with close contacts there. Is it me, Gerald? I hope you're going to say me, because I could just go there. Hey Derby, hope you're doing well. Maybe Alexander's still at work and makes time go forward and backward and then go forward and then go forward and back and go forward and back. That's why they don't understand when Smol Caetsu's already been to Ratzatan. Oh gods, you don't mean... Aye, the demoness a coin. But not to worry, lass. It just so happens she's been keeping up a steady shipment of supplies here on contract. If we say we need the powder for the resistance, might be as we can convince her to waive the costs. Shane usually wanted a business for charity, I know, but it's worth a try, eh? I'll see about getting in touch with her. And after I do, you can go and meet with her and figure out the rest. Well, you don't expect me to go and meet with her, do you? Working on the resistance weapons kept me too busy by half, and Drake here, what was your name again? Zlatan, Master Gerald. My name is Zlatan. But more importantly, what if Mistress Rowena doesn't agree to a charitable contribution to our cause? I'm sure if you and Baisaljan ask her nicely, she might come around. But never mind that. We've important work to do. As for where to find Rowena, before she left Gangos, she said she'd be stopping over in Kugane on business. How's about I have her meet you at the Umineko tea house? If we're lucky, a nice cup of tea will brighten her mood. Hey Bobos, hope you're doing well, and also look out the Magi. Bubbles says, quick question if you know. Holy Sheltron has 15% mitigation and an additional 15% for 4 seconds. Is that 30% or actually 28% since it's technically 2 effects? I have a video on that. However, the short answer is something that I will explain to you with paint. That's bright. So, yeah, math time already. Holy Sheltron reduces damage taken by 15% and 15%. The way you calculate how much damage that reduces damage by is actually a little weird, because the way that you do it is you go, well, the damage you're taking is 100%. With 15% damage reduction, you reduce that by 15%. So you're taking 85% damage, right? So what you do is you have 2 of these. So you go 85% times 85% equals, and I believe the answer is like just head math. I think it's like 72.25%. Is that right? And then you go 100% minus 72.25%, and that gives you 27.75%, which is approximately 28%. That is how it works. And if you want the more detailed answer to how all this works, I have a video on it. Do MS Paint arm's length? How do you mean, Oscar? Are you wondering how much damage arm's length reduces? Yeah, no, Bobos. The exact reason why it gives you 2 effects is exactly because we all know how they stack multiplicatively. And they basically want to make sure that that's how it works, I think. But yeah, for arm's length, it's a lot. It's a little different. It's just, let's see, arm's length increases. So it's worded a little bit weird, but let's say that an enemy swings at you every 3 seconds for 100 damage, right? Let's say 300, actually. That means it's 100 damage per second. Arm's length increases the time between swings by 20% on the slowed enemy, which means that you go 3 seconds times 120%, which is 3.6 seconds. It's still going to be 300 damage per swing. It's just that it happens slower. Incidentally, increasing the length between attacks by 20% is the same as reducing the DPS of an enemy by 1/6, because 1 divided by 1.2 is the same as 5 divided by 6. Which means that we can figure out that this actually gives 83.333, repeating, of course, DPS. Which means that arm's length reduces damage taken by 16.666, Repeating, of course. Percent. Unless it's magic damage, in which case it would be 0%. Or will it? Because, and this is an important thing, just to add to what Matthew is saying, if the magic user swings at you and receives the slow debuff, then they will still get this slow, and their cast times will also be increased. But they have to do something that arm's length can react to, otherwise it doesn't work. Magic the reason I mention this is because there exist enemies that will like intersperse auto attack, like physical auto attacks, or just auto attacks that get slowed, and things that don't. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Oops, I can read. I was wondering when you'd show up. Gerald told me everything. Why did I have to arrive if Gerald told you everything? And luckily for you, my business here was at the Thanarian consulate. Here you are. Here you are. There should be enough powder for one of those resistance weapons you're forging. I've got to hand it to Gerald. Seems he spends half his time getting deeper in debt and the other half avoiding payment. Fine by me, though. Thanks to his scheming, I have a little more leverage over the resistance and, by extension, him as well. Concerning. Pass along a message to Gerald and Baisaljan for me, won't you? If they require more material for these weapons, I'd be more than happy to supply them. For a fee, of course. Same goes for you. I know you adventuring types are always looking to be prepared for any sort of encounter, so if you're thinking of forging another of these resistance weapons, and I suspect you are, you know where to go. I'll see to it my girls in Revenant's Toll and Idleshire keep their shelves stocked. Until next time. At what point will she become a raid boss? One day they'll just, like, make, like, a raid where all of the bosses are like, what's his name from in there? With the round glasses? And Rowena, and, what's it? Lolorito, probably, would also be in that lineup. Yeah, Hancock, Tataro, Rowena, and Lolorito in some order. Also, hey, Vyak, hope you're doing well. Right. Back we go. Can we fight Lolorito too? I wonder which one would be the final boss of those four. You have beaten God. Now it's time to fight capitalism. Maybe they're just one singular encounter. They combine like a capitalist mega sword. I just want to add, consider the following. 2 of those are Lalafels. And 2 of them are Hure. So, are Lalafels really that money-grubbing and evil when you really think about it? Hey Oishi, hope you're doing well, and thank you so much. The weapon's nearly finished, Caetsu. Just needs a new nice coating with that powder to finish the inscription. A fine powder blended in the Near Eastern island nation of Razathan, designed to promote ethereal conductivity. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. Of course you bloody found what we needed. As much as I hate fattening her purse with another man's coin, at least now we can do our part for the resistance. I like his glasses. They look familiar. Kageyama, the crooked merchant that is the antagonist of Kugane Castle. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Feast your eyes on some of my finest work to date. Best of all, the inscriptional reactor ether. A right fine weapon to rally the Bozjans. Woeborn. I reckon Gunhild'd be proud. It's 2 Lalafells long. That I should behold the glory of the fabled blades born anew. Hope is not yet lost. All in a day's work for your old pal Gerald. Of course, this is only the beginning. Your skills with the hammer were truly a sight to behold, Master Gerald. And to see Caetsu wielding one of their holy blades thus, it is as if I stand before one of the heroes of Eld. Except they're smaller than usual. When the time comes to do battle with the Empire, our brothers in arms will look upon you and know courage. On behalf of the Bozjan resistance, I offer you my humblest thanks for your aid thus far. Just so you know, Zlatan, I won't be using this. I'd love to start fresh on another weapon, but I had to use every last morsel of the powder on that one. Meaning we would find ourselves indebted further to Mistress Rowena were we to acquire more. I must consult by Zalian before we proceed further. Looks like we're taking a short break then, eh? If you find yourself wanting for another weapon though, come and speak with me, my helper here. Gleaming, go out to the main menu, click Data Center, go to Materia, go to Ravana, look at the empty character selection screen, like actually go in and see it, then go all the way back to your home DC, and then Data Center travel. I don't know what causes this bug, but just imagine that every time you travel to Ravana, for example, it just puts like a phantom character there, and they have no way, like they don't actually clean it until you check that they're not there. Yeah, exactly, Square Enix junk. I think I've earned myself a nice big flagon of ale tonight to celebrate the fortune, of course. A repeatable quest is now available from Zlatan at Gangos. This quest may be accepted to create resistance weapons for other jobs. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with Zlatan. Furthermore, the Narian scale powder can now be purchased from Ariana at Revenant's Toll or Hismina at Idleshire. Oh, nice! Look, we have a fancy schmancy relic weapon now. They just hand these out, apparently. They just... One for you, one for you. Oh, you want one as well? Of course, one for you. The first one's free. Cancel says, I have no idea how the lost box works. I can't use it yet. The way that it works is you open it, and then you just choose which items you want to bring. You have a limit of that, of course. It's good to see you, my friend. Though it came at great cost, I am pleased to say Master Gerald has succeeded in reforging the weapons of Gunhild's blades. Indeed, the Queen's illustrious guard has at last been reborn. When the deed was done, word quickly spread to every faction of the Bozjan resistance. As we had hoped, it has reaffirmed their resolve to press on and see our home return to its former glory. In fact, our troops have already reclaimed Uchiha's Aegis, an outpost in the Bozjan southern front. When you're ready, I would ask you make for the front lines to better assess the situation for yourself. Sheros can show you the way. Let me just check. Yeah, I didn't believe I could go for a... Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Ah, Blade Chaiji, I've been expecting you, if you'll come with me. If you'll come with me, let's stare each other down for a bit. The rules of engagement on the Bozja Southern Front are different than what you will have encountered before. The following pages contain a detailed explanation of what you may expect on the battlefield. Read and understand them, well, if you would gain the upper hand over the Empire's 4th Legion. Level sync. Though it is possible to join the Bozja Southern Front beginning at level 71, I like to imagine that it's Sheros here that just handed me this pamphlet, which makes it even weirder that it just mentions levels. All players will be synced to level 80 while in duty. Item level will also be synced accordingly. All job actions unlocked through level 80 will also be available while in duty. Why do they highlight that in red as if it's a warning? Be aware that you will have all of your level 80 tools. Resistance rank. All players are subject to a separate leveling system while at the front, indicated by their resistance rank. Performing admirably in large-scale battles such as skirmishes and critical engagements will increase your mettle, akin to experience points. Simply defeating Imperial troops and beasts is not enough to prove your mettle. You must participate in successful military operations. If you demonstrate sufficient mettle upon reporting to the Resistance Commander, your resistance rank will climb. Those of higher rank will gain access to more areas of the front, as well as additional quests. Your resistance rank will not increase unless authorized by the Commander, so don't forget to report for inspection. Job leveling. Upon successful completion of a military operation, you will gain regular experience points in addition to mettle. This experience will be applied to your job level as normal, so it is recommended that you consider using a job that has not yet reached level 80 to take advantage of experience. That's a really random note. We think it's a good idea you level here, is what they're saying. But wait! More information is available from Sheros and Gangos and your resistance comrades at the Southern Front, so don't hesitate to converse with them. See, this is something that came up when I made my video about how the tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV kinda suck. They basically said it here. Yes, we can't teach you everything. Speak with the other players. It's an MMO. I understand what I must do. The TOS for Bozja. Hello? Beg pardon, Blade Chaiji. Might I speak with you for a moment? It concerns Master Gerald and the resistance weapons. I presume he has already explained the method by which Gunhilda's blades refine their weapons, that being combat with formidable enemies. Yes? Master Gerald and Zlatan intended to employ similar methods to enhance the resistant weapons, but they have hit something of a stumbling block. To make matters worse, Master Gerald, for reasons he refuses to explain, will offer no suggestions as to how they might proceed. Try as he might, Zlatan cannot convince him to expound on his thoughts, and quite frankly, we're at a loss. That's relic stuff. I mean, if the quest is right there, we can, like, do that, so that we can progress that. At least we have the quest. They're sending you to war, of course, there's a TOS and probably a few waivers to sign. Might we prevail upon you to inquire after Master Gerald? It's like a growing list, or like it's just a growing line of of Dark Knights, and then there's also a Black Mage. There's also a Black Mage. Hello? What do you want, Gerald? You can't see me behind these crates. A purple mage. What kind of magic does a purple mage use? Oh, it's you. Now I know what you're thinking, but don't you go believing whatever nonsense they've been spouting about my work. Everything's going according to plan. He told me much of the same, and I believed him too. At first. Yet, he refused to speak to me of this supposed work. Should I take my eyes off him for even a moment, a mug of ale will surely find its way to his hands. That's bollocks, and you know it. Where would I even keep all of this alleged ale, huh? Behind the forge. In the forge, buried beneath a palm tree next to your tent. The ammunitions depository. Anyone with a nose can tell when you've put back a few. Shows what you know. The ale in the ammunitions depository was shipped with the rest to the front line. Couldn't knock one back even if I wanted. How about the rest of them? And lest you forget, I furnished an entire squad of soldiers with them resistance weapons. Don't you think you're being just a wee bit demanding? Breathing down my neck for more bells and whistles? Was trouble enough forging them in the first place, without my muse? Well, without your what? Is there a problem? Hey, Adjubuster. Hope you're doing well. It's the inscriptions. Can't bloody figure out how to refine them. Not to mention, they're getting in the way of any other improvements I might be able to make. Trouble is... Oh, Wolf's Den Pierre music, of course. Trouble is, they're what really give the weapons their teeth. Their design, the materials used to forge them, that's all mostly for show. If you want your weapons to have more kick, the magic of the inscriptions need to be more potent, but I don't even know where to begin. That is indeed a curious predicament. How did the Gunhilda's Blades of Eld accomplish this, I wonder? Any thoughts? Would that we could glimpse into the past and see for ourselves. Speaking of the past, a couple of soldiers came by asking about how to extract the memories out of crystals or some such. By the sounds of it, the Bozjans used crystals for damn near everything what had to do with memory, even keeping memories of their fighting techniques. That reminds me, we recently received a most interesting report from Gunhilda's Blades. Since taking the resistance weapons into hand, they've come across peculiar new crystals on the field, quite unlike anything previously discovered. That could be just what I'm looking for. There's no reason to believe they couldn't use those crystals on weapons, right? I'd wager my last flagon of ale the Bozjans could use them crystals and their memories of battle to strengthen the enchantments on those inscriptions. Well, that's what I'm hoping. While it may be too soon to jump to such conclusions, it certainly warrants investigation. Exactly, and my hunch is, when it comes to weapon work ain't never wrong, except when it is. Of course, we can't know for sure till we have a few to try for ourselves, eh? I'll see if I can't think of a way to work these memories into my plans. In the meantime, the two of you can go and find as many as you can. I'm imagining that Woebringer's actually made of wood. It doesn't matter what it's made of. I actually made your sword there out of sticks. Yeah. You didn't even notice. Ha, idiot. New resistance weapons quest is now available from Zlatan. I'm going over here so you can pick it up from me. Hey, Zlatan! Please note that upon completing the quest for Wonderful Memory, you will receive a resistance weapon for a Dark Knight. Please ensure that you have changed your desired job before... Yep. Right then, as we discussed with Master Gerald, I would ask that you procure memories for your weapon. If I may be frank, it is quite a relief to know we needn't rely on Mistress Rowena for this endeavor. Fashioning weapons for the new Gunhilda's Blades was taxing enough on our coffers. Goth, I shudder to think what more she could demand as payment. But I digress. Perhaps first we should consider what manner of memory would be suitable for our purposes. They should be memories of battle, of course, but the The weapon's lineage can be traced to Bozja, so perhaps memories of battle on the southern front would be ideal. And so, at a personal touch, I should think a memorable battle from places in your past would do nicely. By my estimates, we'll need 3 varieties of memory, and 20 of each. When you've gathered what we need, we can consult Master Gerald on how it's best to proceed. Memories of the dying can be obtained in the field fighting at the southern front or from specific fates in specified locations. Heavensward zones? Basically Heavensward. They're saying Heavensward zones. I think it's time to head for the southern front. How many parties do we have? Do we have multiple parties so that we like don't have to make sure that everyone lands in the same session necessarily? Like we just need to make sure that each party lands in the same session? If you are in a part, can we have party leaders go over, like go a little bit away from the crowded middle, and then have people in a specific party go to their group leader, so we can see if there's any like solos. Hey Wool and hey Zukep, hope you're doing well. Right, if you're not in a party, like stay out, like stay alone somewhere. If you are in a party, go to your party leader. We have a little 3-man squad there, it looks like. So if any one of you can just to be clear, we're going to try and land in the same Bozjan front. I'm not saying that we're just going to not try to get everyone in the same one. I'm trying to make sure that that we only need like we just need to have like 3 players get it right, not like 20. I'm guessing we have an 8-man group there and an 8-man group here. And yeah, Sukep, that was probably me if you found me in the gold saucer. Someone did, I do believe it was Sukep. You're 6! Well, if that's the case, I'm pretty sure you could join them as well, Gleaming. Gleaming, are you AFKing? Yumia's trying to invite you. Are you not trying? Who's the leader? They said they will be AFK for 15 minutes. But Gleaming is standing right there. Are you not at the PC? I'm very confused. How many people are in Gazel's group? How many people are in Gazel's group? And are the people in Gazel's group only the people standing there? Only the people standing over there? Because I see 7 over there. It's only those. So Gleaming is in a different group. I think that's all. I mean, yeah. I suppose so. is coming. We can wait a little bit. Wool is on the way. I don't think Wool has arrived yet. But yeah, once we're in, like once we are on the Bozjan front, hopefully there's space on the front so that more people can, you know, enter into our session specifically. It's going to be too disruptive if we keep having to go, we need to go out and find a new session because there isn't space for so-and-so. It would be better if we can, like, make sure everyone's here. As many as we can are here when we start. Look, there's Wool. I can't really do much for you, Gleaming, if you're not at the PC. What is that weapon, by the way? Wow. It's a hyperconductive nothing. Wow. Is Wool in your group? You're 8 now. Okay, I am doing a ready check. And then we will go to the Bozjan front. In before it goes like, oh, there's this introductory cinematic that you need to see and you have to be alone. It's okay, Aradel. We will go in and, like, if we have people coming in as we go, then we'll have to figure out what we do about that when we get to that. Sip, are you AFKing? He's feeding a cat. Right. Sip, tell me when you're not feeding a cat. I agree, Fat Man, but there's always the possibility that we get in and then there's like a mix of like 40 Americans and Europeans that just decided to do it here during the Yokai Watch event of all times. Let's all wait for Sip. Dun 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 dun. So here's a funny thing that we discovered thanks to I believe it's Raelia and Cat Damon. Though some of you may have watched along when we did Ramu's Extreme Countdown the other day. We discovered, well, one thing we discovered is that apparently... Oh, Sip is ready now. Let's go then. I'll continue this story in a moment. Is the other party leader ready? I will enter Bozjan front now. Hopefully we land in the same session. We'll figure it out when we get in. I'll look for you when we're in. Right. I'll just... there's probably a cutscene. Oh, we're in the same instance. Excellent. How many people are in the instance? It's like us and like give or take about one full party's worth of people. Right. So just to finish on the story I was saying, Raelia discovered that Ramu will never do Thunderstorm randomly smack dab in the middle of the arena. So that's convenient, or would have been convenient. And Cat Damon discovered that the increased sentence thing does not actually reduce the timer on Judgment Bolt. It increases the damage of it, but the damage of it is basically irrelevant, so it doesn't really do anything. Ain't that something? So Kep, you could try and lower the stream quality. I know some people watch at like 144p or something while they game, but fair enough. See you later. I'm glad you could join us play Chaiji, and not a moment too soon. Allow me to introduce to you Gunhilda's blades. Nice gas mask looking thing. High Mage 7, Master of Flames. The fury of his art rivals even the fieriest hells. Isolde, the Eagle Eye. In brightest day or darkest night, no enemy will escape her sight. Static, the unwavering blade of Bozja. The foes dashed against his shield are beyond counting. Thank you. You introduced us correctly. Not. Melibor, the baleful blade. His unbridled fury can fill entire cadres with a single stroke. Agi, the iron fist of Bozja, a young prodigy whose martial skills put even those most seasoned veterans to shame. Blast, the merciful blade. No foe, however terrible, will dissuade his blade from finding its mark. It's a little funny that all the ladies are just like, yours. Rest assured, this is not the guard in its entirety. A number have already taken to the field and would benefit greatly from your presence, if you're willing. You look very inspiring. You look like you're ready for school, and a vacation at the same time somehow. It's really strange. With Gunhilda's blades and the Warrior of Light leading the charge, it is only a matter of time before Castrum Lagoslatori is ours. Speaking of which, I believe you have yet to see the Castrum. If you'll follow me, I'll show you the object of our struggle here on the southern front. And bye. I'm gone. I disappeared. What? Oh. I don't think... I don't remember ever using this. A dress code to the camp. Also, hey, Zerga. Hope you're doing well. And also, Iterate. There it is. Castrum Lagoslatori, to use the Guardian moniker. I can't see it over there. Oh, nice, a Bozjan cluster. Can't see it over the fence. Its true name is Alamuk, which means eagle in Bozjan, as they too once made their home in these mountains. To our people, they are a symbol of strength and good fortune, both of which were sorely needed when the Empire first invaded. But we needn't dwell on past failings. Now we have a chance to reclaim what is rightfully ours, to remind the people what it is we stand to gain. I've chosen to call this initiative Operation Eagle's Nest. Like the Great Eagle, we must strike hard and swift, and with you at our side, I have no doubt we shall see this through to a glorious end. Are you sure about that outfit for a war? Are you 100% super sure about that? Like, sorry, like, you're the Warrior of Light. I shouldn't question your methods. It clearly works. I just don't quite get it. Like, I don't get it. How does that work? Anyway, before you rush into battle, I believe Mikoto wished to discuss the crystal focus with you. Good tidings, perhaps? Yeah, if you're not in Bozja yet and you want to join, just, go over and try and enter. When you're inside, just open, like, the social menu here and check adventure list. You will find us on the list if we're here, and you will know immediately whether you landed in the correct instance. And if you didn't, you can try and hop out and in again. Or you can try and write in the chat and ask if there's actually space, because if the instance is full, and I think if it's too old, that can also happen, then you can't enter it. Hey, Keldia. Hope you're doing well. I've got you on my second monitor while I work, and I'm having a little trouble determining which lines are canon and which I improvised. Well, that's part of the comedy. I hope it doesn't ruin it. Caetsu. I was about to greet myself for a moment there. I have rather exciting news to share. As you may recall, the energies of the crystal focus were spent on our exploration of Sid's memories. After careful analysis, we have concluded that it can, in fact, absorb ether in a similar fashion to the aura site we discovered in Iblis. This assumes, of course, we have a suitable source of energy matching its ethereal frequency. Why are you looking at me? And therein lies the problem. Crystals bearing such a specific ethereal signature are quite rare. We could never hope to amass the quantities needed. Were we to locate an ether current of the current frequency, however, charging the focus would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, such currents exist only in regions of Bozja rife with Imperials. Which is exactly where we are. Mikoto wished to wait until the fighting died down, but as I explained to her before, time is a luxury we can ill afford. I'm sure you understand better than anyone that the bloodshed will only cease when a victor is decided, the death toll climbing ever higher on both sides. The horrors of this war weigh heavier on the hearts of our people. A burden which could be eased were we able to employ the crystal focus, healing wounds not of the flesh but of the mind. Plans to locate an ether current are well underway, but I suspect your help would see them expedited. Might we ask for your assistance in this endeavor? Pressed for time as we are, Sid has already begun work on a monitoring device to locate a sufficient source of ether. I would join him and see to the final preparations. In the meantime, I would ask the two of you to investigate a location I believe to be near an ether current.
Sorry for interrupting, but a few of our soldiers wish to have a quick word before you depart. I expect their intelligence will prove useful when you're in the field. You're not going to actually go out on the field tonight, are you, Smol Kai? Nope. Everyone wants to talk with you, and only you specifically. Everyone. You thought you were leveling. You're talking today. Anyway, bye. I'll be over here when I need to talk with you.
I appreciate your willingness to help, but must you always place yourself in such peril? I'm sorry, I understand you only do what must be done. We all have our roles to play, and I promise to fulfill mine as best I can. Stay safe out there, won't you? Speak with the Resistance Secretariat or Sheriff to learn more about battle on the Bozjan Southern Front. Smol Kai leveling her conversationalist job. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, look, we can actually exit! Incredible! Wait, Chaiji, a moment if you would. I serve as war historian for the Bozjan Resistance, and Marsak tells me you may be able to help in my work. I needn't tell you how the atrocities of war can wear on a soldier. As such, it has become increasingly difficult to find one of sound mind and body who can accurately recount their experiences on the battlefield. For a hardened warrior such as yourself, I suspect keeping an account of the foes you faced should prove a rather trifling task. That's not to say I expect a detailed record of your every interaction, mind. If you should trade blows with any notable figures, however, I would hear of it. All information gathered from the Battle of Bozja will ultimately be compiled within my field records. Here, you may use this to take note of any memorable encounters in the field. Apparently, I don't know my own lines. Here you go. I realize the burden this places on you, which is why I will see to it personally that you are duly compensated for your efforts. I'll give you random junk that you can sell on the market board or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. The field record is now available in the collection in the duty section of the main menu. This is also where you'll find your yokai medallion, by the way. Upon completion of certain quests, skirmishes, and critical engagements in the Bozjan Southern Front, you will obtain a sheaf of notes. These notes can then be used to add entries to the field record. Any unused notes can be exchanged for various rewards by speaking with the Resistance Historian. Parting word of advice, if I may. While there is no telling what you will face on the southern front, Dimitar over there may be able to assist you in finding worthwhile battles for our field record. He will also want to talk with you.
I'm pink, for some reason. And I do, in fact, want to talk with you. Greetings, Blade Chaiji. I take it you will soon be joining the others on the southern front, yes? Once we're done talking with you. Though my duties have kept me here for the...
Oh, a Bozjan cluster!
For the most part, I have heard tell of the carnage wrought in battle by enemy soldiers and their war machina. Indeed, the Imperials often prefer to wait until their intended target has been weakened before sending more troops to deliver the final blow. Yet for all their cunning, they're remarkably predictable. Let us suppose you destroyed one of their war machina, and the enemy receives word of your victory. They would no doubt assume the effort has left you exhausted, perhaps even badly wounded. Perfect opportunity to send reinforcements and overwhelm you. But what if, unbeknownst to them, we are prepared for the arrival of these additional troops? It would be an opportunity to further diminish their ranks. I would ask you venture out onto the battlefield and fill 2 4th Legion Nimrods and 2 4th Legion Slayers. Should they decide to send reinforcements, there will be no element of surprise to favor them. Defeating War Machina on the Bozjan southern front, there's a chance to initiate critical engagements, which are special encounters limited to a small number of participants. A small number. Victory in critical engagements will increase your medal as well as earn you various spoils. Should you happen upon a critical engagement and wish to join, you can participate by selecting the mission via the Resistance recruitment window. Right then. Let's find 2 Nimrods and 2 Slashers to destroy. What a random first task. I think they're AoE polling, so I don't want to mess with that. However... they don't get to dips the entire area. Ugh. Oh, look, a Bozjan cluster. There we go. Let me just go back. This is content. Hey BB, hope you're doing well. Hello, Dimitar. Right, you're back. I did expect that to take like 30 seconds. Ah, you're returned, and none the worse for wear, I see. After killing 4 things. I expect that's more than we can say for any Imperials who dared cross your path. Exactly the things you told me to fight crossed my path. But enough about them. I wish to ask if you noticed any peculiar crystalline objects in your time on the battlefield. Bozjan clusters, we call them. The Bozja incident wrought a most unexpected change in the land, which we believe is what caused these clusters to appear. Our quartermaster would have any samples we can find for further study in this phenomenon. Yeah, indeed, Zergo. We'll need those riding maps. We haven't much, but you can be certain she will see you rewarded for anything you can offer. Upon defeating War Machina, there's a chance you will obtain Bozjan clusters. These clusters can be exchanged with the Resistance quartermasters to gain priority when players are selected for participation in critical engagements. They may also be exchanged for various goods and services and stuff. If you don't mind my asking, have you taken time to report to my commanding officer? By the way, before I let you go, there's another person who wants to talk with you, so... Get memed on or something, I guess. Hey Zav, hope you're doing well. Considering all you've done to help us thus far, I'd say you've more than proven your mettle. You certainly want to hear about all you've done out there. You've really, really proven your worth by talking. Like, man, you're good at talking. Like, you're exceptionally good at talking. Well, more listening, honestly. That's probably more what you've been doing, but you get what I mean, right? Blade Chaiji, what news from the front line? Were there not other soldiers to account for it, I would believe your report a work of fiction. You talked with like 5 people and then killed like 4 robots? Amazing! Incredible! The troops will no doubt be inspired when they hear of your accomplishments. I look forward to hearing more of your continued success in the field. Amazing performance! You talked with those people and nodded so hard. Incredible! A new resistance quest is now available. Oh boy, does it involve more talking? If nothing else to report, I would not keep you. I pray you stay safe out there, Blade Chaiji.
Oh boy, another quest.
You've come at a good time, Blade Chaiji. Conveniently, you're exactly where you need to be, which is not on the field. We need to talk with you again. I have a rather interesting report to share with you. While out on reconnaissance,
Ymir says we need races? Did your group get slaughtered? That's not good. Is there anyone that can help? And they reported their location in the chat, in the in-game chat.
While out on reconnaissance, our scouts happened upon relics we confirmed once belonged to Gunhilda's blades. It was long believed the Queen's Guard possessed crystals within which they stored the knowledge of their fighting techniques, and this discovery has removed all doubt. These forgotten fragments, as we call them, may very well turn the tide of the war in our favor. You see, much to our surprise, Master Gerald claims to have experience working with similar crystals, and believes that the memories contained within can be extracted. He is set fast to work on a means to do so, and assured us it won't be long before their secrets are revealed to us. With the weapons and techniques at your command, you would be a true successor to the legacy of Gunhilda's blades. This assumes you are able to procure more of these fragments, of course. Judging by our scout's report, it will not be an easy task. It would appear that wherever they could be found, formidable beasts were not far behind. Still, it may prove beneficial to rid the battlefield of such creatures, not only for the sake of our fellow soldiers, but for the chance to acquire any fragments that may be in the vicinity. I wish you the best of luck. Unidentified forgotten fragments can be obtained from felling monsters in the wild, as well as from skirmishes and critical engagements. They can also be traded or sold on the market board. Oh boy. Did you say you could share crystals for the quest? How? Cannot trade here. Well, how would be a quick way to get a forgotten fragment? I shouldn't be using this mount here. It's too time consuming to like have everyone mount up. I'll switch to a different mount when we get to somewhere, I guess. I'm not quite sure. I remember that you can buy with clusters. I mean, we want to save the clusters for a riding map. Kill some mobs, not Guardian ones. Okay, I'll kill the the jerk anglerfish. I don't know why we meet jerk anglerfish here. There we go. Riding map is cheap. Is it 5 clusters cheap? Exactly, Zerga. That's why I didn't check.
Because it's like, it's probably not 5. It's 25. Let's check. I could have bought a fragment in retrospect. That is a good point. That's actually a really, really good one to have. I should buy one of those. And I should buy one of those too. What? Are you telling me you can just straight up... Oh. I'm actually not high enough ranked to appraise this one, but I am high enough for this one. You can just buy the one with Flare Star in it. Well then. I couldn't even remember that. Yeah, that's the one we need. I have plenty of those kind, like, I have plenty of Lost Flare Star on my main, so I didn't even consider that. How did you fare searching for forgotten fragments? I killed one anglerfish. Are you going to give me this back, or are you going to give me something better? Because I want this one. Well done, Blade Chaiji. Well done indeed. Now, before you can begin the extraction process, these shards must first be appraised so that we can tell what sort of memories they contain. Can you guess what you'd possibly have to do next? Can you perhaps guess where you're going next? Henceforth, be sure to hand any fragments you find to one of our appraisers. In fact, one of them is stationed by that tent over there. Don't ask why he has a giant axe. He uses it for the appraising process. He smashes the crystal open. That's what he does. Just smashes. Just. I don't know why it works. It just does. Don't question it. All right. When it doesn't work to just smash, that's why it has such a like tall pike on it. That's his blade. Also, hey Becky. Actions extracted from forgotten fragments are stored in the Lost Finds cache. Exactly, don't question it or you're next. He has an axe, remember? Oh, finally. The next quest is at rank 5. It sounds like we might finally be allowed to play a game. Hello. By the way, to get the Bozja earring, which might be handy in this area, you will need to, I believe it's appraise 1,000 thingies? I think it's 1,000. So it might be, like, if you don't have the Bozja earring yet, you should basically appraise anything. Let's see. Grab that. I did not get any essence that I can actually wield. You can buy lost bubble fragments from market, they're cheap as dirt. I'm pretty sure the bubble fragments, I'm pretty sure those are from Zadna, so I'm pretty sure the rank requirement is a lot higher. Was there any of the fragments that I could buy and actually use that could give me an essence that I can use? Hi. Nope. Oh, then we're going out on the field with no essence, I guess. Time to XP grind. Also gleaming, no worries. It happens. And because of my rank, I only have access to the first third of the zone. Oh. Bleh. More memories randomly. Oh. I found notes. Oh, definitely, Zerga. I want to just mention for a moment, in case anyone's curious. I have fully completed all of the Shadowbringer's relic weapons on my main. All of them. But that is correct, Zerga. They just drop randomly. But it is quite funny that it ends up working like that. Yeah, if I remember correctly, like if you had a warrior that knew how to like do big AoE pulls on their own, I knew how to do that. The best you could do, like, for farming those memories was if you could like get like a black mage or something, so that they could use Lost Flare Star for you. That would be fine. But this like another thing that would be good is like if you could just have like an additional warrior in a different region to farm for you instead, like farm those memories for you. It's quite weird. So that's very magical for, what does it say here? I'm pretty sure it said Guardians can't do magic. Looks very magical to me, buddy. How'd that work? He cheats. Aha! I think there's going to be another one spawning right here. Or maybe not? Onward! That could be Peggy. The conscript, as Zerg also kind of suggested. That could be. They're just conscripting everything in these parts, as you can see. Yeah, this guy conscripted a lion. Eehoo! Yes. Return. So we can rank up. And we can also appraise this, this. Give me something I can use. I can't use that. But thank you anyway, I guess. Hi.
Ah, Blade Chaiji, what news from the front line? I'd like to rank up. Whether or not...
Yeah, you said that before.
Before you go, and please report our quartermaster seen fit to expand your lost finds holster. I trust you will put our additional stock of resource to good use.
Thanks. Yeah, wow. Such space. Hello. So, the awkwardness of leveling in Bozja like this is that to get clusters and to get forgotten memories, the easiest way to do that is to kill things. And if you want specific ones, then you need to kill kind of specific things for the skills. But you don't get any experience for killing those things. You can, however, like, spawn critical engagements and stuff. What I want right now is an essence. That's what I want. Oh. Sure. Register for the critical engagement, everyone. I specifically, like, is this one that I can use? I don't even know if I can use it. I feel like there's one that I haven't seen, but I don't even know if I can use that one. I believe the most helpful one. Time to battle on the field of battle, indeed. Hey, Traverse. Hope you're doing well.
We're going on to the field of battle. You will be shocked as to why we're here. We're actually here to do battle.
Hey, Clement. Hope you're doing well. We don't have to commence until the full 2 minutes are up. So if we can do this skirmish before then... then we can maximize value. There's no bubblegum in... is there no bubblegum in Eorzea? Really? Oh, man. A bard that only played songs on bosses in Etherfont. Oh boy. that's a new level of But I need my cooldowns for the boss. Now we commence. Did I get a debuff for that?
Welcome. You're debuffed now.
I don't quite remember this one, but I think I'll figure it out. Oh, it's a knockback. Of course it's a knockback. That works. No one saw that I just dipped my toes out of the arena. I don't know why I forgot about using barrage there. Look! Ads! Da 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 da! A funny story is that I've done basically all I've done in Bozja on my main, I've done as a tank or a healer. So I've usually been like able to recover a lot more easily. Oh, right. I forgot about that guy just healing it all this time. I don't think I've contributed very much. Oh, Zerga, I want to clarify that I've typically packed like resistance Phoenix downs specifically for that eventuality, even as tank. Which is a lot more than other people have done sometimes. I also used to play with some people where they specifically went to Bozja alone as a healer so that they could work on that achievement for resing people they were not in group with. Which, I mean, that sounds a little sinister, but, I mean, you just get it for free if you go over to the, the aftermath of a critical engagement that didn't go so well. West wind, west wind. Whee! Oh. Exactly, especially after Red Comet. Hey, Victor. Hope you're doing well. Red Comet is always fun, right? Cha-cha. Oh. Hey, I can rank up again. Yeah, exactly, Peggy. It's not only you can do that, but just like the possibility that it might be necessary. I don't think I can get very much credit for this one. I shot once. Please send me my reward in the mail. Thank you. Oh. Oh no. Watch out for that guy. Nope. No thanks. If I remember correctly, Math Robot, the third round, is also quite an interesting one. And think it's one in Zadnor that is one of the bosses from Ivalice, or looks like it. Alright, Emir, thank you for joining. Hope you have a good evening. Turn around! There's a skirmish behind us! The other way! I should really, in between skirmishes, I should just be like fighting random mobs that can get clusters so I can get that mount speed. Hey Kosari, hope you're doing well. Oh, Traverse, what you have to do is you just have to take the advice of Candice in Phineas and Ferb. You just multiply the temperature by like 10, and then you divide the cooking time by 10. So if you like, you just set the temperature to like the temperature of the sun, and ow. I'm tanking something, it appears. Exactly, Peggy. Precisely. I can't join for that with this low HP, I don't think. That Deathclaw needs to die. It's doing so much random damage to us all. Wow! 200 minutes and 35 Fahrenheit. Hey Hazian, hope you're doing well. And we are on Ravana right now. Blech. Apparently I wasn't out. As you could see, I wasn't there. Someone comes. I mean, we're on Ravana at least once a week. Sometimes twice a week. Specifically, whenever, like pretty much whenever we're playing Smol Kai, we're playing on Materia, and when we're just walking on my main, we're usually also on Materia. Since we can do that. Yeah, not only are we on Materia, we are in Bozja, so you can just join if you've unlocked Bozja. Fat man is dead. Fat man is down. Help our soldier. Run. Remember, you have to run like 30 years in advance for these things. Are you kidding me? That's an awkward choice to make. Just to circle away from a random ad. Hey, Krieg. Hope you're doing well. We go together! He's almost down! And orb. orb. Have you had Clement? Did you have a nice, fresh, healthy bowl of orb breakfast cereal this morning? Oh! Well, I'm going back to rank up now. Hello! I would like one rank up, please. Wow, rank 4. What can I do with that, Commander? I have more space in my extremely empty Lost Finds cache. Thank you. Or my Lost Finds holster. Can I get an essence that I can use? Can't use that. Can't use that. I can use that! I don't think it's helpful, but I can technically use it. I can actually use it. Let's see, what does it do? Excellent. 60% extra healing for my non-existent spells. There's a pound of cinnamon bread with caramel and apple filling with coffee. That sounds pretty nice, actually. Oh, wait. Wait. I had a feeling. One more rank up, and then we can use these and the... Wait. Never mind. These could give me Spellforge, I guess? I don't know. I could have Spellforge. That looked weird. I saw Rathalos like phase in and out of existence out in the distance. Just... I think there's a fight going on. Oh! Apparently I got gold for that one. Preparation. Alright. Alright! Can I access this up here? Can I use this? No, I can't. No, Orion! Don't leave me behind! It's rank 5, I think, says Rust. I wanted to use the ether shard. I wanted to use the ether shard in the camp to teleport back to rank up to 5. Hey, Baron. Hope you're doing well. Riveting content. This is like an anime that's really padding for time. It's just... And then Smol Kai rode all the way out into battle. Then she shot like 4 arrows. And then she rode all the way back to base to report her findings. Hey Tim, hope you're doing well. That is certainly a way to level your jobs. Oh, there's a boss battle over here. This planet will explode in 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 15 episodes later. Each episode being 20 plus minutes, by the way. Yes, I could, Perrin. Do you see this? Do you see this? That's the reason why I'm riding all the way back. Because I already did. I got enough rank to rank up, teleported home, rode out, did 1 skirmish, and now I had enough rank to rank up again. That's why we're in this awkward predicament. Why do they give me a fragment of skill for this? I'm pretty sure I got a fragment of skill for killing one of the anglerfish right next to me. And just one anglerfish was like, here you go. And then they're like, ah, yes, you did this entire battle. Here's your reward. Oh, he didn't really say anything new. More fragments. Let's see, from what our scouts have told me, the fighting grows fierce. What the? What's the fighting grows fiercer, more desperate with each passing day. I have no doubt you have dealt with such overwhelming odds before, but I would remind you to stay vigilant. There's no telling what they have planned. Oh, now I'm high enough rank that I can lose metal, apparently. Is what he wanted to tell me. Thanks? I guess? What do I get? Wow. A potion. Wow. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. How about you? Nah, not really. Not really. Not really. Nope, nope, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. What do you do? By the way, Spirit of the Watcher. Increases damage undead enemies take. What an incredible, incredible skill that I unlocked here. Huh? That's the good one. Well, the better one. Hey, Chaiji, we received word from the field that you're back and we need to talk with you more. The Empire's forces have fallen back. In fact, our troops have pushed forward far enough as to claim an enemy encampment near the southern entrenchment.
My commanding officer has instructed me to give you a brief tour of the site at your earliest convenience. I will await you there.
We are on Ravana Materia right now, Krieg. So yes, on Oceania DC. None of them knew they were robots. What's that supposed to mean? None of them knew they were robots. Are you sure? It's just straight up reconnaissance slashers. They don't know they're robots, everyone. Have you heard? They don't even know they're robots. It's a song. Still funny. Charger, level 72. Charger. I feel like the first 5 ranks were kind of pointless at this point. Ah, yes. To get to rank 5, we need 4,000 metal. Okay, I got that. Right, so to get to rank 6, you need 9,400. Excuse me? You heard me. 1 hour 42 minutes in, we are at level 72. Well, hopefully it'll go faster when they stop wanting to talk with me all the time. Welcome to Olana's stand. If you wish to travel between here and Uchiha's Aegis, feel free to use that aetheryte shard over there. I would suggest attuning to it before you leave. And one last thing, while we made great strides in our fight against the Empire, there's still much to be done before we retake Castle Nagasatori. I expect the enemy will only grow more determined as we advance forward, but we must press on. For Bozja! Have these, by the way. The Resistance frontline advances, allowing you to participate in new skirmishes and critical engagements. Hello. Yom. Boink. Hey, Appraiser. I have things. Nope. 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 How about this one? And... nope. Don't really care. Nope. Okay, how about this one? Nope. Yes. Nope. Hi. That one's really good if you're a healer. That one's really good if you're a tank. That one is just really good. Grab that. Maybe not, actually. Just grab an extra one of those. You think that'll do? Well, bam! Now we run quick. Now we're very speedy, small guy. Where to? Chaos! There's one near us. You can do that one. I mainly used the lifesteal one for tanks. Simply because it also increases the damage you do by like 40%, and also meant that you didn't need a healer. And yes, I did in fact do Delubrum Reginae solo queue for a long time, back when it was still relevant. Like when people were doing that. Oh, if only I had Spellforge. Enjoy your fashion report, Traverse. Oh, Zerga, back when I was finishing all of the relic weapons was when Delubrum Reginae always had 24 players. You know, in Shadowbringers. I did once actually finish it where like 8 players left, like throughout, so we had like a third of the raid missing. Still did it. To my memory, you only need like 7 or 8 for the hand end to be gold rated. Just also need enough people to participate. Otherwise, it's not very helpful. As far as I know, the way fates and so skirmishes function is that the amount of like total effort required depends on how many people are in the zone. The amount of effort you need to do is like a fixed amount though. So you just have to do that amount, which is like 7 or 8 thingies is usually fine. In Bozja at least. But that's completely irrelevant if you go and and like if you just leave and it just doesn't finish. And yeah, you also have to stay in the area. Perrin says it should be 9 minimum for gold. I'm saying, Perrin, I'm basing this off the amount of skirmishes I did where I handed in 7 or 8 and it was gold. So you can say it should be 9 all you want. I recall specifically getting gold rating for 7. And 8. Is this progress just from that guy? Like that NPC just hanging out? Yeah, if you're not in the zone when a skirmish or fate or something finishes, then you get no rewards. That's just how the game works. If you leave and come back? That I don't know. And I don't know about that, Perrin. All I know is that when there were a lot of people, you needed more people to hand in, you know, enough to succeed. If there were less people, then you just needed like 3 players to hand in 7 or 8. Like they just hand each their part and it's finished. Like, I handed in 15 and it completed like over a third of the fate or the skirmish, and That's a lot of people. Where I had like handed in 15 and got like over a third of the way. That's why I said the amount of effort you have to do is fixed. The amount of effort that the fate or skirmish requires in total increases with player count in the area. That's also why something that some of you may have noticed with the yokai event is that if there is a lot of people in the zone that you're in doing fates, but like you've split up for whatever reason, so like you're not doing the same fates, it feels like everything just takes forever. Because, like, at that point, you actually need the effort of everyone in the same area to get the same result. But if you then split up, then it doesn't work. Oh, it's on me. That's always scary. It reminds me of that. I believe there is a skirmish. I can't remember if it's in area 2 or 3, like section 2. Oh boy. Section 2 or 3. But there is a skirmish where there is like a stack marker that appears. And like, while the stack marker does like negligible damage, if you respect it, it is accompanied by a donut AoE that kills you. So it's just like, well, if you're going to be selfish, I guess you'll just die then. Travis says, on the topic of the yokai event, is it true you don't need the watch for the legendary medals? That is correct. The yokai watch is only needed for the coins that you need to buy the yokai in the first place. Once you have all of the yokai, you don't need the bracelet anymore. Similarly, if you have the weapons associated with all of the yokai, then you of course don't need that either. But given that one is guaranteed and the other one is not, I imagine that it is far more likely that you have all of the yokai long before you have all of the weapons. Oh. That felt like a little blue mage, like. Kill it! It's attacking Graham! Protect Graham, everyone! Destroy it! I have rank up to acquire. A new resistance quest. Oh boy. Hey Muels, hope you're doing well. More irregular. Boink. My leveling going, like a level and a half, but we've had a lot of talking. as you can see. And so, look, I have the spirit of the Watcher on my head.
Apologies for the delay, but as you can see, the ether monitoring devices have finally arrived.
Is it them?
Oh my, Caetsu. Suddenly, I'm glad the chief insisted I make the delivery.
And, that was not the best, that was the most anime camera angle for her.
I believe you and Miss Bikota ordered these. The spectrometer needs a touch more fine-tuning, but it should be ready in no time at all. The sensors are to be placed at key locations close to the largest ether currents in the region. Once Lilia has finished making the final adjustments to the spectrometer, we're going to activate them remotely and isolate the ethereal signature we're looking for. It may seem somewhat far-fetched, but the theory is sound. Think of the ether currents as streams flowing... Think of the ether currents as streams. You could watch it. Watch a Smol Kai, not actually level, but just talk with people for hours. Flowing underground, which at certain locations converge into larger rivers. The streams can prove quite difficult to trace, like if you don't know the keyword to search for in your search bar, or like the home page doesn't recommend it to you or something. The rivers, less so. As you might imagine, because these rivers are a confluence of myriad streams, it's no simple task to filter out and extract ether of a specific frequency. Which is why before anything can be done, we first need a thorough analysis of the ether flowing through these larger currents. Once the signature we are after has been isolated, we can then trace it back to its source. One current flows here under this very camp. After setting sensors at 2 additional sites, we should be able to gather enough data to isolate the desired signature. Once traced back to its source, we should find something of a reservoir, hopefully with suitable stores of ether to charge the crystal focus. Unfortunately, the 2 remaining sites where we intend to place sensors are presently points of conflict with the Empire. Might we ask that you go and set them?
The poppy eyes.
I'll mark the locations on your map. Once the sensors are in place, use this link pearl to contact us. I know this all sounds rather hazardous, but if anyone can make a success of this plan, it's you.
The deep bow.
Shreep.
Oh, one there, you say? So the good news about progressing through Bozja is that eventually there's enough skirmishes all over when you have all 3 zones that you're not like that concerned with being able to participate in something. But it also means that you can easily get caught up in just like doing skirmishes all the time instead of, you know, doing the quest or something. That dog. Oh boy, sure hope they don't realize I'm the last mob for this skirmish. Oh no. Ah yes, to rank up to resistance rank 6 you need 9,400 metal. Right. Remember, you needed like 4k to reach rank 5. Okay. Right, so to reach rank 7 you need 18,000. Excuse me? Yeah, you heard me. 18,000. It's danger in night. Is it that bad? I know where this is where I found this. This looks safe, Rust. I think it's a different one you're thinking of. This particular area is where I've always found mobs on Warrior for memories. Oh, Bozja cluster. Looking about the area, there seems to be no way to cross the ravine. If you would reach the side of the ether current, you must enlist further aid from the resistance. I'd like to order 1 pizza. You're absolutely right, Ross. There is a step where it's dangerous in the night. It doesn't appear to be this one. Ow. Does Domino's deliver to Bozja? Maybe. They better, otherwise I guess I'll have to go hungry or something. More? If any pizza chain would deliver to an active war front, it would be Domino's. Ah yes, Wolves Den Pierre. That's the music we wanted. Machinations, I believe. Initiating the data collection protocol. How about my pizza? No pizzas. But my pizza, though. We've confirmed activity on our end. The sensor has burrowed into the ground, yes? Yes. Excellent. The rest we can handle from here. Return to base and be careful. Always with the return to base. What's the point of a link pearl? Why do we have link pearls? Are they just for show? I'll settle for hot and ready at this rate. Pray return to base. Huh? It's an invisible wall on the rubble. They took lessons. They took lessons from Minfilia. I'm guessing there's a wall over here. I just want to see it. Yep. The pizza in the game is Gallian pizza. Hmm. Not to be confused with Italian pizza. Activating pizza collection protocol. Hey Weinreich, hope you're doing well. Or if there's pizza at the base. If they had pizza at the base, I'm sure they would have told me because they'd know I would be coming home faster if that's where the pizza was. The point of link pearls, to be convenient when it suits the plot, and to be unusable when it suits the plot. Sounds about right. Calls me on the link pearl. Did everything go right? Yes. Perfect. Return to us so we can talk. But we're talking right now. It's like if you were living with your parents, you're in your room, mom or dad calls your phone, calls your phone. You pick up, and they go, "Can you come in here? I want to ask you something." Yeah, we are in Ravana. That is correct. This communication could be intercepted. Come to us so they can't listen in. Yeah, indeed, Leah. It could be. They could be listening to us. But we were just talking. Welcome back, Caetsu. With the first sensor in place, Monsieur can begin... Wait, where did she... Well, because of this whole meeting could have been an email. And why is it that you get to stay here safe and sound, while the rest of us throw our lives away out there? Oh, how she must have begged and pleaded for the commander to let her stay. "Please, Commander Bozja, don't make me go. I'll do anything to remain here at camp." Pathetic. Though I suppose you've never been one about begging, have you? You'll see who's begging when I got you like a fish. That's enough, all of you. Our fight was the Empire, not our brothers and sisters in arms. Should I hear so much as a whisper of such demeaning remarks again, you will find judgment not before court-martial, but here before my blade's edge. Am I understood? Bozja. Let me speak with them. I'm certain they did not mean to make such crass remarks. So you would defend them then? Not as such, but you know how soldiers can be, especially those of supposedly gentle blood. They probably think of it as idle banter, all. You and I are from different worlds, Marsak. Is his hair clipping through that? Oh, hear them, did you? What an embarrassment. Those buffoons are an unfortunate reminder of our past. You see, Bozja rose above its humble beginnings to become a prosperous nation, due in no small part to contributions of the nobility. To outsiders, it exemplified the qualities of an ideal republic. Appearances can be deceiving, however. The disparity between nobles and commoners proved a chasm that could never be filled. Even under imperial rule, vestiges of that great divide would remain. I wish to believe everyone shared my vision of a unified Bozja, where all are equal in dignity and rights, but there are those who long for the status and privilege of that supposed golden era when wealth and power were one and the same. And for every one of the haves, there were 1,000 have-nots. Bozja's family was of the latter. As a child, she walked for hours each day to and from school in the hopes of a better life. Uphill both ways in a snowstorm. Somehow, every day, the Imperials recognized her dedication and saw fit to educate her. Her talent has earned her no small amount of envy from her peers. Nevertheless, she is a faultless example of what a good soldier should be. That anyone would take her being lowborn as justification for ridicule is absurd. I will not stand for it. Might I ask that you keep this between us? Well, I'm loath to sweep such matters under the rug. To address them here and now could very well undermine all we have fought so hard to achieve. It is possible that this instance has closed. In which case we might want to, round up. Let me just check something. There's a reasonable chance this instance has closed, so that newcomers can't join. So it might make sense for us to like round up, leave, and come back. Although that also means that I lose my single essence of the Breathtaker, which I'm very sad about. But yeah, I'll do this quest so like everyone has time to like finish up business and then we can hop out in a little bit. The very moment our analysis of the ether current is complete, you will be the first to know. Though I'm afraid we must ask you to delve deeper into enemy territory to reach the next site. A fool's errand unless we can drive the Empire's forces back further. I trust we can count on your assistance in that regard. Of course we can. At least, I think so. We can, right? Let me just apprise the things that I have. Nope. Maybe. What is Watcher, actually? Less HP, more evasion. That's so weird. Right. We'll hop. I'll hop out. And we will like regroup outside, and then hop back in a little bit. So if you want to join with us for the next set in Bozja, like get out here and get ready so that we can go together. The reason why this happens is, as you might have seen, so some people... Whoops. Some people in chat said they tried to join and just got a fresh empty instance with nothing. And that's because after a certain time... Oh, thank you. After a certain amount of time, they basically close entry for new for new players in an instance. I'm not 100% sure why it happens, but something you may have noticed if you've ever stayed if you've ever stayed in Bozja... Oh. Thank you. If you ever stayed in Bozja for like the full 3 hours you're allotted, you might start to notice that things start to get a little weird with some of the mobs. An egg in this trying time. After a while. This actually is something that came up in the comments of yesterday's video. In regards to what pulls mobs. The reason why I know how like your character's position updates gradually is because specifically, for example, in a Bozja server that has been running for a while, you can sometimes just run past a mob 10 times, just back and forth and back and forth. Just run right in front of it, run right into it, and it will not get pulled because for some reason the server's having a tough time, so it's updating slower. That happens less frequently the more fresh the instance is, in my experience. So that's probably part of the reason why they close the gate after a certain amount of time. So that, like, eventually people are like, well, no one's joining, so we're running out of people gradually, and we can't do stuff if people keep leaving, so we might as well go out and re-enter so that we can go again with more people. So, like, they sort of make a natural reset. Exactly, yeah, we can run forward and back, and then forward and back. And that just means that if, like, that's why I'm trying to get as many people in at once, so that, like, people are not stuck in an empty instance. That said, do we still have people in the previous instance? Do we still have people in the previous instance in there? If you are in Bozja and you're just trying to leave, remember that it is just a normal duty. If you press U, you can click leave duty. I just went to the gate because it was right there. Gleaming says, a Final Fantasy XIV guide written for Yokai Watch players. At level 35, warriors get access to the weapon skill Paws of Fury. Huh? 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 Weird. Are Bozja ranks common around the world? Wait, what? Warrior's a job centered around fighting a truck until it dies. The rank shared. Yeah, yes. I mean, the Bozja ranks are only relevant in Bozja and Zadnal. And Delubrum Regine. But they're shared there, yes. I did not... I did know, Gleaming. What I did know is, I believe Jibanyan is like the Yokai Watch Pikachu. I did not know what it, like, implies. Or is. Oh, wow. You came prepared, Rust. Thank you. Let me apprise these. Do we still have people in the instance? Plate bearer. Nope. 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 I'm sure I'm getting a lot of essences that I can't actually wear myself. Yes! New Breathtaker. Well, who was the... whoops. Who was the leader... Was or is the leader of the second group? Oh. Thank you. I think Gazel was the leader, right? Is there anyone in the second group still in there? Second party in Bozja was completely disbanded and we all left. Oh, I see. Well, I don't know if there's people still inside, but let's see if we can make some new groups. I have space for 2 in my group. But if you get a little bit away from all that over there, we can make some groups. Who wants to lead group 2? Does anyone want to lead group 2? You just need to say something so that I know that we have a potential leader. Then we'll figure out getting the people that need to that need to get to you. Marilet says they will be the leader. So if you want to join group 2, go to Marilet. Go to Marilet. I don't know if I need essences, Derby. Mainly I just I want an essence of the Breathtaker, which I have. Would have been nice if I had Spellforge, but I don't need it. So I have what I need on me. It's just awkward when you exactly don't have the one you need. Right, so if you're not in a group and you would like to come, go over to Marilet so that Marilet knows to join you for group 2. And preferably, if you can you stay over at Marilet so that we know how many people are in Marilet's group? And yeah, you do have to be level 71 to get inside. Is it only 4 players in group 2? Five. I'm just saying it one more time, just to be sure. My group is full, so I can't invite any more people. Marilet is making a group 2, so that we can try and land in the same instance. If you're here to join, our troop into Bozja, go over to Marilet so Marilet knows to invite you. Otherwise, we're just going with what we have. I get the impression that this is everyone. Right. In that case, I think it's about time that we go. Once again, if you realize you want to come along later, try to enter on Ravana Materia. Maybe you'll get into the same instance. No guarantees, but it's worth a shot. It looks like we got in the same instance. Heh. It's straight up just us, it looks like. Poof. It's just completely fresh instance we landed in. Frost is what essence do tanks use? It depends on what you need. I believe Martialist just makes you do more damage. That's a fine default if you have nothing else. There's also the essence of the Irregular, but that's the one where you stop being a tank. And it only makes you do somewhat more damage than the Martialist one. I normally use, I think it's called Bloodsucker. But that one comes from, I believe it's a drop from Legislatori, so like you would probably have to buy that. But that one increases your damage by only slightly less than the Martialist one, but also gives you permanent lifesteal, which is insanely good. But if you don't have it, you don't have it. Ultimately, you can use whatever you want. Some of you might have seen me in Bozja in like, oh, careful now. In like videos. In those, I almost always use Breathtaker. Specifically because it increases your movement speed, which is incredibly helpful when you're just farming. Like when you're just running around a lot. Incidentally, running around a lot, running faster is very effective. Did we just have someone die? I think Naomi died over there. We had double death. Yeah, generally everyone, let's not pull too big when we're just farming random mobs. By the way, we have skirmishes spawning. Because the latency is going to make it so that even though you feel like you stepped out of the way in very good time, the game just goes, nah, you had to move like 3 seconds in advance, otherwise it doesn't count. It feels like that. Yeah, exactly, Vivi. Just imagine that you have permanent bloodwetting. That's almost what it feels like. And that's actually why I used to use it so much, was because I would just run those circuits, like circuits there, circuits there, circuits there, to farm memories. It's way easier if you have Bloodsucker. I want to see Red Chocobo, Chocobo with this lag. Well, we'll see if we get it. Smol Kai, I've seen 1 critical engagement so far. Vivi says, I got a healing mental relate fill via sheer scope the other day. Joined 1 pull before the second boss. Warrior had been fine self-healing since before the first boss. Easiest mental fill. I could imagine that. I sheer scope where your tank is a warrior. If the warrior is good, then you don't have to do anything. I sheer scope is actually a really easy dungeon to solo for warrior. Synced. The rest, like the healer's there to keep the DPS alive. DPS are there to kill the boss faster. That's of course a slight exaggeration for comedic effect, but genuinely, warrior can solo that entire dungeon. Because they kept spawning in the third and second area when you didn't have the zones. Yeah, that is exactly the reason why I'm trying really hard to rank up, so that we can access the entire zone. Miani says in shout chat to hold DPS a little bit until the engagement scale up. Yeah, there was something about the amount of effort you need to put, like, to complete a skirmish is based on how quickly the last one was cleared, right? Was that, there was something someone said in the chat earlier, I believe? I haven't exactly ever looked into the, like, the nitty-gritty of how they decide to, like, increase the amount of effort required. I just know that with more players it takes longer. How do you get reminiscence? Like, forgotten memory is a reminiscence? I don't remember. Which one which one is it that gives that, Naomi? Like, what lost actions are in it? Perrin, I have to ask, because earlier you did this as well, where you confidently announced something as a true fact, which kinda wasn't entirely as solidly true as you made it sound like. Is this something you know with 100% confidence? Or is it just, well, I'm pretty sure it's this? Because that's also what I said, that if there's more people doing the skirmishes and fates, then they scale up. But I don't know if they scale up based on the number of people in the zone. Doesn't seem to be the case necessarily. And others say it depends on how long it took you to actually do something. So I'm just asking, is it I know this to be true, or is it I'm pretty sure, but you just happen to say it extremely confidently? See, it says I have no proof, but I think that spawned fates check how many players are close and scale HP based on that. Also in Bozja, fates will sometimes get debuff hubris to nerf them if it's less players. Fair enough, Perrin. In that case, my suggestion to not get to not be misinterpreted in the future is to lead those kinds of just trust me statements with I think. Just like Idarit says, I have no proof, but I think. Then you don't have me suddenly get in your face like, are you sure about that? If you say I think it's this, then it doesn't sound like you know for certain, but it's a guess. It's just a safer way to present something where you don't know for sure. And the reason why, and I talked about this before, the reason why I can be a little bit of a stickler for how you present something that you don't actually know for sure is a fact, is that there are a lot of people on the internet that will hear something be presented as if it is fact, and they don't know it's just something you think is true, and they'll run with it. And then, like 2 months from now, you'll start to hear people be like, yes, it is exactly what you said it was. No one's actually proven anything. No one actually went to check. They just assumed you knew what you were talking about. So that's why I'm a little bit like, if you know it is true, like 1,000,000%, like you'd stake your life on it, hypothetically. Of course, shouldn't stake your life on something silly like that. Then, sure, then you can say it as if, oh, I think this one gives more metal. Ah, it's fine. Just don't get killed by the AoEs. If you know for 100% certainty that something is true, then there's no reason to go, I think it's this. If you know it's this. But if you genuinely don't know for sure, then it's a lot better to lead with that. Because there are going to be people that will assume that if you didn't say I think, then it means I know. Hey Darth, hope you're doing well. Is this one of those where it turns into a boss fight immediately after? Of course, Gazel. See, the thing is, if you're sure about something, if you say, I think it's this, then you of course leave the door extremely open for someone to question it, or like to either add what they know, or like challenge it, which is fine. It's just I think there's much less of a problem in saying I think when you actually know than there is problem with saying I know when you actually mean I think. Yeah, exactly, Peggy. It's basically, if you say I think it's this, then you didn't say that it was this in case it wasn't. But if you know it's this, then why not just say so? Like, if you know for certain, then you can just say that it is. But it's about how confident you are in your statement, I suppose. The reason why it's difficult for me to determine it is because if you're the whole point of Fate's scaling is that they need to have a certain challenge in comparison to the amount of players. So if the intended difficulty, I don't know what the intended difficulty is, but if the intended difficulty of a Fate is that it should, like, get decimated in a certain amount of time if everyone is going full blast, then if there's the correct amount of players that it is expecting, like that it's supposed to be balanced for, then it should go really smoothly. How that translates exactly to how all this works, I don't know. Hence why I'm mostly just saying, not sure. I just know that it scales up with more players. And that is also true, Perrin. That is actually part of the reason why I'm like, are you sure? Like 1,000,000% about this very specific thing that is kind of hard to test. It's because it's hard to test. It would be shocking if someone just like rolls them because I know for a fact it is this. But if someone has actually tested it, then they've actually tested it. It's time to hire 40 players to test that. On Dynamis, that could work, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Darth. It also sounds like, based on what Leah's saying, if, like, again, I don't know if Leah knows with 100% certainty. It says it's how many people participate with gold on a fate. If a fate expires without any gold participation, it resets again. At least that's how we do fate events over on Dynamis. We have a scout and go between two zones, and if no fate expires, both zones have scaled up fates the whole time. Leah says that they have fate farms on Dynamis that know how it works. And there you go. And see, that's the thing, is apparent. I'm not saying, okay, so where in the source code does it say the thing that you're saying? What I'm asking is, when you say it works like this, then I go, okay, how do you know that? Like, that's the thing. That's how, like, the way I describe my situation is, well, when you have a lot of people in an area, like in a zone, and not everyone is participating in a fate, usually it takes way longer. That kind of, like, that's basically just the vague observation of, well, if you beat the fate extremely fast, then it goes up in challenge, I guess. But I did not know, honestly, I did not know that we had people that had figured it out so precisely that they basically have it down to a science. That I did not know. Oh, I'm like one cluster away. No, so Darth, what we're talking about isn't like we're not having issues with getting gold ratings. What's happening is more so that we're just curious as to what it takes to get a what makes fates, or rather the skirmishes, take longer to clear. That's ultimately what we're curious about. It's not that anything necessarily went wrong, I don't think. If he says, can I get a repeat on that no gold for reset bit? So it sounds like, based on what Leah's saying, that if a fate, I suppose Leah might be able to correct me if I'm completely wrong on this. If a fate or a skirmish, which is basically a fate, but in Bozja or Zadna, expires, like it just runs out without actually being completed correctly, you know, duty failed style, then it actually goes down and goes, well, we have to reduce the difficulty significantly because people clearly can't beat this. Like, there's not enough people here to beat this. So we have to reduce the difficulty. Whereas if you complete a fate or a skirmish really quickly, then it of course goes the other way and goes, well, we need to increase the challenge because there's too many people here. Like, if the fate is, hypothetically, for the sake of example, you need to kill 10 mobs. You have 15 minutes before it expires. You have to kill 10 mobs. And then, I mean, the 10 mobs are killed in 1 minute. The next time it might go, oh, well, and if it took you 1 minute, then you need to kill 50 mobs then. And then the next time the Fate spawns, like, you see this stampede of mobs that often happens when there's like a lot of people in a zone doing Fates. You might have seen this with the Yokai Watch event. And presumably you beat it. But if hypothetically you don't beat it, like because it's too hard or something, then you would of course fail, and if you fail, then no one gets a gold rating. I don't know how, like, that's actually the reason why I'm surprised that there's any sort of like groups that have it scienced out. Is exactly because if the requirement to manipulate these fates is that you let them expire, that sounds like, because a lot of fates take, you know, less than 5 minutes to clear, and they usually last 15 minutes, I would assume that it is actually more time consuming to let them expire. He says, I'm not exactly sure what triggers it. I'm fairly sure it's about participants in the last fate that ended and whether or not it was successful. Sounds possible. If I remember correctly, something about Cerberus here, by the way. I'm pretty sure he sets our HP to 1 at some point. So get ready to heal yourself. Oh yeah, those are weird line AoEs in a way. It's quite hard to get that last charge, or last pitch perfect stack there spent in time when on latency like this. Oh, you survived, Sip. Do you feel a little toasty? I'd imagine you'd need a lot of control over a zone's fate to know exactly how it works, Darth. That is true. That is also part of the reason why it is hardly surprising if a group on Dynamis found a way to science it, because Dynamis is like notoriously known to be the place where like there's not that many players. Like there's a lot more players than people make it sound like there are, but you know. Also level up. 73. And I would also say, Perrin, I'm sorry if I got a little too harsh on her there. I'm just I've had a lot of given the kind of videos I make, I sometimes have to deal with a lot of people that confidently say something that is completely incorrect. So, like, I get very, very, like, I care a lot about people not doing that. The aim is ultimately The aim is ultimately to get the correct answer, right? We are very organized people, but we will not find us in Party Finder. It's just like they just know. What's the most outlandish thing someone has said as fact to you? Well, Vivi, every time you see the claims in my Mythbuster videos with the quotes and like italic text, it's usually something like that. Like it's either exactly that, or I change the wording slightly. But if you, like, for example, the jumping thing in yesterday's video, someone said, no blinking, it works. Like, not even surprised. Like, complete confidence. This works. I've used it for years. It works. And like the most classic one I'm tired of hearing that people say with complete confidence and not flinching at all is the healing over time effect grab aggro, you know? Or, and this is another one, if you saw yesterday's video, you might recall that I said, some people, listen closely, some people think that the tank mastery trait is the source of the minus 20% damage done. And that's because in my highest damage video, that like the highest single hit video, there were multiple people that went, actually, on that particular factoid, some people went, actually, they haven't done minus 20% damage since Shadowbringers when they removed the tank stances. And some people went, it's not the trait. You can read the trait and see it doesn't say that. And I'm sitting there like, did you actually listen to what I said in the video? And Perrin, this is exactly part of the reason why I become very suspicious when you present something like BLAM as a fact. Perrin says, hot effects used to grant aggro back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. I forgot when they changed it. Might have been when the aggro change as a whole came about. In patch 6.2, I believe. 6.2 says up here, HP restoration over time will no longer generate enmity with each tick of healing. Please note that the initial execution of these actions will still generate enmity. 6.2 was when it happened. Parents says, on a side note, what are your thoughts on Dragonsight being different than other targeted buffs? I've got a hypothesis on why it does what it does, but it gets into a bit of the weeds on game actors. I'm guessing that it works differently because of how it used to be like a buff that you had to be close enough to function. So they just went, well, I mean, if you have 3 Dragoons use Dragonsight on you and they're all in range, then good on you, I guess, and just left it at that. That also explains why your pet doesn't benefit from Dragonsight, because they don't actually check whether your pet is in range. Makes sense. So when they removed the requirement to be close enough, they didn't make Dragonsight similar to other similar buffs. Just because. I don't know why they left it like that, but I guess that they just removed, like others suggested in the comments that maybe the way they did it is that they just removed the beam and then just set the range indicator to like 100 yards, so you can't go out of range. Also that one, Eaterette. Ninja can solo Titan normal synced. Yeah, did you actually watch that video? Or did you just think you did? That's also what I found really funny, because the day after, I think the day after, like actually the stream after we did the Shiva Extreme countdown, people were saying that they had heard in the Novice Network that someone beat Shiva Extreme synced with 2 players. But we didn't beat it with 2 players. We didn't beat it with 2 players. We beat it with 3 players. We tried with 2 players. We didn't beat it, but we tried. Dynamis does not queue in the duty finder beyond AR. That is a little bit surprising. But yeah, as you can probably hear, I've heard a lot of insanely ridiculous things being presented to me as if it was just true. So when I see someone just present something as fact and it doesn't sound like super realistic or super well sourced necessarily, like when it smells of just trust me bro, but it's presented as a fact, then I start going, how do you know that? And if I don't go, how do you know that? It's usually because I know that it is also true. Like, of course you know. I know. We all know. Weapon skills often inflict damage. Source, I made it up. But that's the reason when I usually go, when someone presents something as fact. Like, I think it was yesterday that Wool said, or was it earlier today that I think it was Cobalt. I think it was Cobalt presented that they have like this box with cooldowns that they're tracking. Could have been Katuk actually. And Wool came in and said, yeah, I used to do that. In the long term, it's not a good idea or something to that effect. And I sat there like, that depends on who you are. Again, subjective, like in that case, it's a subjective thing presented as fact. Vivi says, I play a lot of dancers, so I get the dancers shouldn't partner each other. It doesn't stack too often. And see, I have a video where demonstrate that they do in fact stack. So they just stack in a very specific way. Now, let's get back to the Bozja front. Your timing is perfect as always. We've just located a 3rd current. I'll mark the destination on your map. This 3rd site should provide us ample data to trace an idealized ethereal signature. I should also mention this site is host to ancient Bozja ruins. Our data suggests they date back to the 3rd astral era, but I cannot say for certain. What I can say is the undead are known to roam the lands there at night, so stay on your guard. Wish I could accompany you, but I would only slow you down. Please be careful out there. Yeah, exactly, Darth. Exactly like that. It's basically like just basically an extra hotbar that you just planted somewhere on your screen where all of your cooldowns are there. I'm having a hard time telling if it's day or not. It says 1 PM. That's the afternoon, right? That is also the reason why I try to test and demonstrate things in my videos when I'm saying something. Because it's very easy to claim something. It's a lot harder to prove it if it isn't true. It's very easy to prove if it's actually true. Like, for example, the heal over time thing. You don't even need the patch notes to prove that it is true. Because it will take you, like, you need 1 friend and a striking dummy. And a minute. You're done. Iterated says, I have evidence for fate scaling is based on previous completion. Patch notes for 2.1. Seriously? Really? Are you serious? That's pretty amazing if that's true. Very good. Starting data collection protocol. Now where's my pizza? All systems are fully operational. You're free to return to camp. Oh no, Darth, the only thing it said was precisely that that, like, they just mentioned in the red note underneath that buff enmity still exists. They just call it something, I guess, more technical than buff enmity. Which can easily be confusing if you don't know what that is. But let me put it like this, Darth. You still wouldn't need the patch notes to prove that that isn't the case, the thing that you just thought, because you know, or you knew approximately how much enmity heal over time would generate. You can, and let me repeat, you can demonstrate this without like a plugin or anything. You can just use the enmity list bars. You can tell that applying a buff generates like 100 enmity. And region is a buff, so region applies like 100 enmity. Maybe a little bit more than that, maybe a little bit less. It might depend on your level. But it's pretty close. And that's what they're talking about. It just sounds a lot scarier if you don't quite know what it is. Hello, Dominoes. Like, having it on patch notes is an extremely effective way to, like, prove your case. But it's much more effective for, and I'm not joking, for some of the people in my comment section on my videos, it is actually a lot more effective to show them. Because they will see what you saw, Darth. They will read the patch notes and see what you saw, and I will say, no, it's just it generates a small negligible amount of enmity when you apply the buff. And they'll go, no, without testing. Because they read what they read and interpreted it the way they did. And the only way to change their mind in that case is prove it. Show them footage, show them on video, hold the camera, see, I'm right. So Darth, the way you would test it is you would find a person that is a white mage, like for example Materia here. You would go over to a striking dummy as, like, depending on how precise you want to be, you'd probably use a job with a very small auto attack. You grab like a summoner and just smack the striking dummy for 100 damage. Just one swing, 100 damage. And then you have the white mage use regen on you. Yeah, we could actually test it right now. Well, almost. We're not in party. You're in the other party, right? Yeah, you're in the other party. That would make it a little harder. Matsura's coming over here. Try and cast regen again. Just cast regen again. There's a little enmity there. And by the way, 0 enmity generated by the actual heal. There was some auto attack enmity. You can see there's like a small chunk. And how much damage did I do? I did 846. Based on how much enmity Materia was generating with regen, it wagered like 200. Like around 200 per cast. Around 200. All buffs generate the exact same enmity when applied? I don't know. I don't think so, but the key is that they all generate a negligibly small amount of enmity. Like, basically, if you get aggro for applying a regen to the tank in a dungeon, that's because the tank has not done anything. I don't understand what you mean by that, Darth. That's my point. You can't go back and test unless they do. What do you mean? Darth says you wouldn't know how much enmity the application of regen generated versus before without those patch notes. Well, what we do know, Darth, and this is the part you have to hold on to here, before they removed enmity generation from healing over time, healing, which included healing over time, keep this in mind, before 6.2, healing over time was healing. Period. Just final. And healing generates half a point of enmity per point of healing. Which means if you put a regen on someone and it ticks for 8,000 healing, 4,000 enmity. Heals for another 8,000, 4,000 enmity. That enmity is spread evenly between all of the enemies that the recipient of said heal is in combat with, and then attributed to you as the healer. So if you're fighting one thing, you put regen on someone, it ticks for 8,000, it would generate 4,000 enmity on that one thing. The notes don't actually say that, but it's easy to interpret it like that, like it said so. Well, let's see. Let's see what it actually said one more time. But fair enough. I thought you meant, genuinely, that you didn't believe it. The initial execution of these actions will still generate enmity. Like, that is true. That is a part of interpreting text. If they said, please note, like, so let me try and say how I came to the conclusion that I did. If they had said, please note the initial execution of these actions will generate enmity, so as in the still wasn't there, then to me that would imply that they added something. Like that they actually added something. The fact that they say will still generate means we didn't remove this part. Like we removed this, we didn't remove this part. Like, that's how I interpret it. But yeah, actually, Ryoma, Embrace no longer generates enmity as a result. I don't quite know what you mean by negative damage, Perrin. Ham says I managed to get into the same Bozja. Nice. But by the way, it sounds like from both Edored and Vivi that the patch 2.1 patch notes actually explain how fates scale. Which means that Leah would have evidence to suggest that what they said is true. Which is pretty good. Ah, welcome back, Caetsu. From what we can discern, the sensors are still fully operational, but the spectrometer is not receiving any of their data. One of the contact plugs to the transmitter appears to be damaged. I can fix it, but in all honesty, it would probably be faster to get a new one from our facility in Doma. Shall I head to Doma then? That's really annoying. I'll hear none of that. Running errands is my job, not yours. Finally! If it's all the same to you, I think it best if I go. There's still work for you to do here, Lilia. Are you sure? So long as the control panel is broken, there's naught else I can do. What's more, this affords me the opportunity to finally see Doma. Well, who am I to deny you your first trip there? I'll let Jessie know that you're on your way. Alright, a new contact plug is ready and waiting for Messia. Sure was nice of her to save me the trip back. Having her around to help has truly been a blessing. I dare not think how long it would have taken to analyze the crystal focus, let alone locate the ether currents. And of course, your contributions to the Resistance have been invaluable as well. Once the spectrometer is operational again, it won't be long before the crystal focus is working. I'm sure of it. I actually do know a weird thing with that, Perrin. The way Raw Intuition used to work, as I recall, is that you automatically parried all attacks from the front. Meanwhile, the runes of Bozja. But if you used awareness at the same time, so you couldn't be critically hit, you actually also parried damage from all other sides. Because the way it actually worked was that it said you parry all attacks, but you're automatically critically hit from all sides except the front, and you cannot parry a critical hit. So if you're then also immune to critical hits, or rather you cannot be critically hit, then you automatically also parry from all sides. Again, I also don't have evidence of that. It is something that I've been told. Very strange interactions. Vivi says interesting regarding that fate patch it says now, so I wonder how it was determined before. As Darth says, it probably didn't scale. There's a lot of weird things from patch 2.0. If I remember correctly, I think there was a thing with like patch 2.05 or something like that, where they added diminishing returns to stuns or something to that effect, like for enemies. I'm pretty sure I read something like that somewhere. So, like, A Realm Reborn probably had a lot of, like, oops, we should have done something different here within, like, one patch.
Hurry now, the commander hasn't all day. At last, the Lady of Blades, save the Queen. Simply exquisite. Time has done little to mar her beauty. What is it?
We've captured an intruder, sir. We believe them to be of the Resistance. Oh no. Bam, 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 bam.
Stand aside.
Sir?
You heard the commander? Stand aside, I'll report you for insubordination.
Wow, is this League of Legends or what? Do the thing or I report you. Sir.
Is this indeed the blade we've been searching for?
Yes, there can be no doubt. Only the blade of the Queen herself bore these inscriptions.
Then our plan proceeds apace. Excellent. Sir, I've just received word from Zaginius. They found it. Very good. Then let us return to Castrum Legislatore.
Another relic?
Nothing for you to concern yourself with, my dear.
Could you take your helmet off? It's hard to hear you. Yes, of course. Forgive me.
I trust your absence will go unnoticed.
Why does this feel familiar when we just did the Bard storyline? Like the level 60 to 71. Sir, I tampered with the spectrometer per your instructions, permitting me the opportunity to leave their base. I will return after a brief trip to Doma.
Well done. Agatus Gebranth will be certain to hear of your deeds thus far. But lest you forget, though victory is close at hand, any mistakes will have dire consequences. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
Why do I have so giant shoulder pads?
There's a little Bozja question. Considering Lost Spellforge and Lost Steel Sting are a thing, are there some enemies that have high resistance to magic or physical damage? I don't think there's any, for the most part, with like high physical damage, like high resistance. It's more that you'll see that a lot of enemies have like a little debuff on them that says they're vulnerable to physical or magical damage, which means you can gain extra damage by using it. I'm afraid it will be a while longer before the spectrometer is operational, but never fear. You'll be the first to know when we're ready to resume our work. Hey, by the way, Mikoto, I suddenly had like brain flash, and I think Messias is double-crossing us. I don't know how I know this, I just do. And that is true, Perrin. The game has a lot of weird jank. But for the most part, it seems to work just fine. I spent so much time doing stream talk that Rust is now a whole rank ahead of me. You see here, this random Vanguard has vulnerable to magic attacks. As I recall, this duty is beaten simply by beating all the supply crates. Oh no! Why me? Just randomly a bias just coming for me? We should run, by the way. Still in combat. It's very big. Yeah, usually, Ryoma, the way that you deal with accidentally pulling something really big near a skirmish is that you just, drag it over to the army of players and then we all kill it together. But sometimes it doesn't die, and if you're just doing it with strangers, there's a reasonable chance that some of them will just go, well, I'm not tanking that, and just actively strike around it so that they don't go get aggro. Also, this looks like it'll be lots of fun. Oh boy. Yeah, normally that's the way to go about it, Ryoma. I just started running because that's what you have to do if you're a random, bard that happens to be in the area. Where's Sip dead? Where's Sip dead? We can't register while he's dead. You have to get all the people up. By the way, why were you so close to the proximity AoE? It was really close. Like, you basically stood next to her and was like, huh? Why did it kill me? At least as far as I can see. The lag snapshotted. That could be. I mean, I can see that. I could see that would make sense. Yeah, Baron. That's not exactly something that would build very much confidence or be very inspiring when it goes wrong like that. Had too much faith in Radiant Aegis. Well, it doesn't make you immortal. It just gives you a 30% HP shield, I'm pretty sure. Well, I hope you're all ready for chaos. Chaos! We are fighting Red Comet after all. Yeah, I get that, maybe. Here's a fun fact. I have turned off notification sounds for, like, tells. Specifically because I know how annoying it is if, like, I'm playing something on my screen, I have something on the second monitor, and then suddenly I hear, like, a Discord notification or, like, a Windows notification or something. I'm like, oh, is it me? Is it mine? Look for it, see what's wrong. And then it isn't even mine. So I made sure... I always make sure that there's no Discord sounds while I'm streaming. And at the very least, there's no random tell sounds from Final Fantasy XIV, but I can't prevent anyone from sending a random SE1 sound. Oh no. Wow! You gotta warn me with that! Whoa! Whoa! Oh yeah, you can disable those things. I you can just turn off, like, the sound of notifications, but the thing is, if someone sends an SE1 notification, most of the time there's a reason, and I probably need to see it. So that would be a bad idea to remove, I think. Oh, I think I've goofed it. This is such a hard mechanic. I'm getting hit again. What? Do I have things? I have a phoenix down. Oh, I didn't need to. I didn't even need to use it. Now I don't have a phoenix down. Oh, right, my dots. Are we enough people to take this? Oh. We are. I had completely forgotten that vulnerability stacks just stay. Only danger bongos. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't turn off notification sounds. But like, if you wanted to, I believe it's system sounds you just turn off, and then you can't hear it. Yeah, that fight is scary on 300 ping. I will say, I'm happy to report that I did not get hit by lag on that fight. Like, every time I got hit, I would have been hit anyway. Like, the 2 Vuln stacks I got, like, that's a classic. I almost always get got by that particular mechanic, because for some reason, I can't think that far ahead. Okay, I can't gauge that well. Like, how far those, like, spinning circle AoEs will be by the time the line AoEs come about. So I almost always get hit. But usually I do content and Bozja as a tank. So it's usually not a problem. We actually got pretty close. Hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pink Vine, Ike. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Yeah, it sucks extra bad with a fight like that if you get stomped because of like lag. That sucks way more than like than dying when you legitimately just messed up the mechanic. Peggy says, it just occurred to me that using Benediction on the NPCs during skirmishes generates a hilarious amount of enmity. Can you use Benediction on NPCs? I hadn't even considered that. I was like, surely you can only, like, I don't know why, but for some reason I thought, yeah, Benediction is probably one of those you can only use on party members. What do you feel about the new EU data center? It will not affect chaos. It will not affect chaos. The problem is unrelated to chaos. And adding an additional data center won't change that. In fact, that new EU data center will be EU Dynamis. Did you remember, like 30 minutes ago, when we were talking about how Dynamis is quote-unquote so barren? It's not barren. It's just, as Leah mentioned, they do things a little differently to make things work. But it is quote-unquote so barren that you can test how fates work with no one interfering. Which is quite wild. So EU will just get Dynamis at home. Yeah, exactly, as Idrit says. The reason why Chaos is in a bit of a dire straits is because everyone goes to Light for Party Finder stuff. The only thing that will fix that is if they add like region-wide Party Finder. If they add that, the problem is instantaneously evaporated, just gone. No problem anymore. That's all it takes. Did Rust ask what action is res? It's not an action, but if you grab the Resistance Phoenix, you can res someone in combat. So if you have any of those, it might be a good idea to grab them. Or did you mean something else? And exactly, Peggy, that's actually also the reason, the exact reason that I'm confident that a new data center in EU won't cause any problems. Because it didn't do anything in A. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. I'm happy to report our soldiers have dealt another heavy blow to the Empire's forces. Our front line has again pushed forward and seized another outpost at Old Bozja. My commanding officers asked that I take you to the site, if you would follow me. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. Have you slept well? Have you had some sleep? The tests. I mean, we could test things, I suppose. I think part of it, I don't know what exactly would inspire people to test how fates work. That's true, Leah. That is true. If you had region-wide Party Finder, then you would no longer have like the Dynamis culture of helping each other because you know how Dynamis works. But, well, I suppose part of the problem there is that in Dynamis you might actually have to use Party Finder to get Duty Finder stuff to work. So I suppose an argument could be made that region-wide Party Finder would need to be accompanied by region-wide Duty Finder. This is Lunia's stand. The Guardians made us work for it, but it's finally ours. If we can continue to keep pressure on the Empire's forces, I imagine they will have no choice but to retreat back to the Castrum ere long. That means we've no time to rest on our laurels. They're certain to do all in their power to slow our advance. I hope we can count on you to keep fighting the good fight. No, Caetsu, I just assumed because he said morning. But yeah, the problem is that it's like kind of double-sided. On the one hand, you would lose some of the culture in Party Finder, and the region would be like mixed more, like the data center would be mixed more with the region in general. On the other hand, part of the reason that your data center has these kinds of things is as a result of needing to do that to get things done. So it's like, if we had region-wide party finder and duty finder, then you wouldn't need to have all that to make things work here. On the other hand, that might not exactly be more fun. Like a common problem with MMOs these days is that everything gets automated to such a degree that all the social aspects kind of fade out in a way, right? That's not super great. I've just realized that I have had aggro on the biased. Can we kill the biased when the Bozja is dead? So that we don't... Actually, we might have to heal Rust really hard and kill the biased now. Because I think Rust is going to die. Well done. Uh-oh. Oh, he straight up just healed a lot, it looks like. I don't quite understand what you mean by that, Darth. Also, Guzzle, I would say that I'm winning. I'm just not winning in terms of leveling fast. But we finally can bring most everyone. Most everyone we can bring. But part of the problem with these things, like region-wide party finder and duty finder, is that we don't know quite what it'll be before we have it. Like, we don't know exactly what it's going to be before we have it. Dart says it might be confirmation bias, but every time I see someone in Alliance Roulette, trial or normal raid who's basically just auto-attacking, they transferred in from another server and just want to get carried. Well, I think there's a very high chance that it's a case of confirmation bias, because I imagine what you experience is you look, you see the lazy person who isn't doing their part, and then you see that they're a wanderer. So basically, it might be true that most of the hypothetically, that most of the lazy bums that come on over to like Slack are wanderers. That or voyagers. I don't know. Is Jehovah OCE? But what I mean is that you probably see the ones that are slacking, you see that they're wanderers or voyagers, and you conclude that. But there's a very high chance, I think, and you might be, like, you might probably have to, like, tell me, agree with me or not. But there's a reasonable chance that you only see it when they're bad. Like, you don't pay that much attention to whether someone who's doing their part is a traveler or a wanderer or voyager, right? And who cares? It's the raiding server on Ether. I could see how that problem would happen. By the way, hey Legion, I hope you're doing well. Have cross-region data center and OCE, it just does. It works, I'd say. Yeah. So the thing that we're talking about is Legion is that if you are in a region with multiple data centers, then the party finder is exclusive to each data center, which means that while you only have the one data center in EU, Chaos basically has like a 10th of the party finder groups that Light has, because people just know, well, people are on Light. The same problem is in NA, where everyone just goes over to Ether. That's the problem that we're trying to tackle here, is that I've talked about this, king data centers, I've called it, that one data center will just become like the king and everyone goes there. I'm pretty sure that's front and back and then sides or something. And that will always happen. Like it'll keep happening until we find a better solution. You have to let the claw get close enough that it gets into the telegraph. And then look at it to keep it in place. Sorry, there's a little bit of lag on me explaining how it works because I couldn't actually remember. Very nice. Yes, indeed. This is Bozja, Caetsu. Yeah, exactly. As Leah suggests, it's because of the impacts of a king data center. In one part, people would come to Ether because, oh, it's the one where the raiders are, so like they get easier duties if they're there. In another part, they literally have to go there because if they go anywhere else, Party Finder will not work. Like Duty Finder will probably work, but Party Finder will not work because the raiders are there. Which rank do you unlock Custom Laboratory? I think it's 10. It might be 15. I think it's 10. Easy. Hope you're doing well. It's a quest after you get the third area. Well, I think I have the third area. That sounds possible. Yeah, exactly, Perrin. And see, that's the thing. If hypothetically, this is something that I have talked a little bit about with Zip, for example. We haven't gotten very far with it yet due to other things getting in the way. A computer suddenly just going nope on me, and things like that. But we might, you know, try to Savage Raid, right? Which would probably either rely on the Caemmunity or Party Finder. If we have to make use of the Party Finder in any capacity at all, then we would go to Light. Like, there's no point doing it any other way. Also, that was exceptionally fast. I didn't expect to finish it by doing this. I'm sorry. Everyone, take note of the time. I'll try to help people with clearing mobs on them so that they can also finish. That's actually an interesting point, Vivi. On Chaos, because Party Finder, because of the Chaos being so sparse, party finders tend to stay together more. And that is actually a really interesting thing. Like kind of related, and then again unrelated to that, is that, let me put it like this. I thought for a long time, for quite a while, I thought that Party Finder, like that there wasn't that many people savage raiding in Party Finder when I saw what was on Chaos. But over a few months, it dropped so drastically in quantity of players in the Party Finder that I started to realize there was something wrong. But if you started looking at Party Finder today, I think we thought some of these skirmishes have timed out on us earlier, don't you think, guys? Based on what Leah described. But yeah, if you have never seen the Party Finder being completely filled to the brim, then it makes naturally perfect sense that, oh, it's just there's not that many people raiding. Like, that makes sense. But the instant that you see how many groups there are on Light, you only need to see it once. Like, I went there once just to check. I was like, what? Like, at a time where Chaos, there was like, I think something along the lines of like 4 groups for Savage content. The Resistance requesting soldiers for deployment to the following critical engagements. Vigil for the Lost. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. But the moment, like, I go over to Light, and then there's like 40. Maybe like slight exaggeration, but there was like 40 groups doing Savage stuff, while on Chaos there were 4. Like, you see that once, and now you know that the problem is the data center. Exactly, Perrin. So, some of you may have seen my video on worldwide data center travel, where I specifically talk about how it would probably be better to start with like region-wide Party Finder and things like that. You know, foster healthier home regions before we start looking at making it worldwide. I checked, like, the footage you see of Party Finder on Chaos and Light is like on a work day in an afternoon. And you wouldn't, like, on Chaos, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's like it's afternoon on a work day. It makes sense there's nearly no groups. Perfectly natural. Then you go over to Light and you're like, what? It looks like completely insane if you come in with those assumptions. So that's why you might have a lot of people, like, genuinely, I kid you not, speaking of weird claims and stuff that Vivi asked about earlier, I specifically had cases of, I'll comment now. I had cases where people said, no, I'm on Chaos, or I am on Crystal, or I am on Primal, and the Party Finder's perfectly healthy and normal, only for people to come in like, have you looked at Ether or Light? Like, have you seen what they're having? Like, I know that your cake is nice, but you are aware they're getting like 10 times bigger cake, right? So, like, as I said, it's very easy to not realize what you're not getting when you haven't seen what you're not having yet. Norman says, I had the opposite. I'm used to seeing no less than 100 Savage Party Finders on Fairy. I think I can fix my opener a little better by just waiting a little bit. And then going to armies. Yeah, exactly, Philippe. Let me put it like this. I have old streams. Like I have VODs of every single stream I've done. If you watch the streams I did for... I can't remember what that action is. Oh, it's that. I did Party Finder for P5S back when that was current content on Chaos. I didn't have massive problems. Like, as far as I know, based on what others have said, it wasn't that bad in the second rate tier of Endwalker. Like, it wasn't that bad yet. But it was still like a thing that I would probably have been better served had I gone to light. And now it's just way worse. And the reason why the only real solution is region-wide Party Finder is because the only way to fix it without region-wide Party Finder is for the players to choose to go home. Like, the only way to make Chaos fine again is if the players from Chaos go to Chaos for Party Finder stuff. Like, that they choose to not go to light. That's the solution. That is the solution. Oh, no. No, thank you. I'll withdraw. Someone else can have that one. Apparently, I had no mistakes. That's the requirement. No. I will leave that for someone else. Part of the reason is, Zip says it gave it to me after Kai. The reason why I don't want to do it is also because sometimes, like, there are actually people that go here, like, to try and complete, like, achievements, and some of the achievements here require you to beat the duels. I don't care. So let them. Watch it for the bonus medal. Did someone actually take it? Like, we need... Someone has to actually accept the challenge. Baby says, I got it. Did you go for it? Someone took it. I guess we'll have to run. I know it's one participant. Also wants to join the group. Is Castle here? Yeah. Yeah, I specifically, I will not. Let's go over and watch. We have to see Derpy. We have to see Derpy. Just try your best. You know, the reason why I decline them is, first of all, because I know that it usually requires some prep to get it, like to get it right, and also because, as I said, some people actually like try to get these duels so they can get their achievements, and they might like be perfect and ready for it, but because I'm there and I clicked yes, they don't get it. So they have to wait for that particular critical engagement to happen again, and then they have to not fail it again so that they get a chance. So I'll just let someone who wanna do it instead of just going, oh, well, it offered it to me, so. Dart says, when new players join on a low population server because it's the only option, they will think the game is dead and quit if they don't know about data center travel. And that is actually a good point. Not good for the game. Oh, a chase AoE. You know what, Derby? Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I'm actually 99% certain I've gotten into this duel once, and I'm pretty sure that was what killed me too. So, don't even worry about it. It's like, I probably don't have to react to that fast. Yes, you did. And that's also true, Legion. While some players might go, the game is dead, where is everyone? I think the players that go, like, that start on a low pop server and see there's basically no one here, they're probably also the players that you sometimes see complain that, why can't I, like, why is it basically a single player game? How do you get into duels? Agent Katja says, if you beat a critical engagement with 0 mistakes, as in you don't get hit by any telegraphs, then, and I don't know if all critical engagements have them, but if the critical engagement has a duel attached to it, then it will offer to one of the players that did that critical engagement perfectly to duel. If they withdraw, then the next person in line will be offered, and then the next person. I don't know what the order is. My guess is that the earlier you entered the critical engagement, the higher on the list you are, but I actually have no idea. There's 3 duels in Bozja. Isn't it just Vuln stacks? Or the mechanics that don't get Vuln stacks that still count? I don't know. I suppose it would be Vuln stacks, yes. Ogni says all get offered for duels the same. I don't think they all get the offer at the same time, because I said no, then Sip says I got it offered after Kai said no. So it seems like they only offer to one person. Or what? Or does it just give it offer it to everyone and Sip is weird? It's decided who gets it. First by notoriety, then if tied, then random between them. Oh right, and notoriety is how many times you've said yes to a duel and not been given it, right? Is Gazel dying out in the field? Sorry, I'm genuinely just trying to help. I hope I led with I think when I said this. Otherwise, you got me there. A little call back to earlier when we talked about that. Presenting something a little too confidently when you don't know. I believe we have to kill the Legion Beastmaster to get any progress on the big bird. What are you doing, Sip? What was that? Uh-oh. I'm dead. What was that, Sip? I was going to... I mean, you were going in a very weird way. I feel like most of the time, when you get the duel for the first time and you click yes, you usually die very quickly, unless you did your homework. Oh, nice. That looked like the Reaper just ran up and rested me. Thank you. Even had a heal for me. Is Radovan, are you in the chat? Actually, don't answer that while we're fighting. If you are, don't answer that while we're fighting. You'll just die. That was not very nice of me. Could also just be a random hero of OCE. Westwind. I only have enough for one. And I'm dead, I think. I'm going to die, but I'm dead, I think. Nope. I got saved again. I should really bring Lost Cure if I have it. You just have a hero insta-heal saves. That is, I would have felt a lot worse about this incredibly poor performance if I didn't do it pretty good when we had this particular one earlier. Let me just go back. I have a rank up. This song was basically that gif of the mascot running in a minefield. Oh, I didn't even see that we leveled up to 74 at some point. It's quite easy to forget all of these things that you learn. What? What? Does Bart not learn anything at 74? What? What did they get in Shadowbringers at 74 that disappeared? They used to get something. They used to get, like, I'm aware that we get all of the actions up to level 80 while in Bozja, but I'm sitting here like, I'm pretty sure that in Shadowbringers, all jobs got something every 2 levels, but the jobs that don't get something at a specific level is because something was moved or removed. For example, Dark Knights used to get Stalwart Soul at 72. They don't anymore because they get at level 40. Yes! A new Phoenix so I can raise someone. Perfect. Did I have Cure? I don't think I did, but let's check. No, but I think that was one that you could buy? Let's see. Wasn't it one of those you can buy? That one. Try and get one of those. Bart lost Misery's End and Wide Volley in Shadowbringers. I don't know about Wide Volley, but Misery's End, yes. What I was looking for was actually... What was the level 74 action that they had in Shadowbringers? Yeah, Misery's End was one of a select list of execution moves that certain jobs used to have. Oh! Yeah, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Thank you, Eaterit. That makes sense. In Shadowbringers, Shadowbite was actually the AoE alternative to Sidewinder. Sidewinder did damage, did X damage and then more damage for each of your dots present on your target when you used it. And Shadowbite basically did exactly that, but it just like it counted how many dots were on your main target. But given that they removed the need for dots on AoE packs, or at least the desire for dots on AoE packs, it kind of was weird to have an AoE action that relied on dots to function well. You know what I mean? So they removed that, and because they then just had Shadowbite that relied on a proc chance, which was 74, but Shadowbite was 72, they just moved that to 72, I guess. That would explain that. Thank you! I think Lost Protect is more helpful. Hey, Emir, I think I'm winning? We're level 74 so far, and we have a new quest. Ryomi says, I was tanking on summon. I was that meme where it's like, when the boss reminds me you're reminds you you're the top DPS. Have you done Castrum? Nope. I'm not even high enough rank for that yet. It worked, Caetsu. We found a matching ethereal signature and traced it back to its source. Lilia is working on a device that will allow us to charge the crystal focus using the area's ambient ether. As you might expect, its extraction will be delicate work. As such, we would accompany you to oversee the operation ourselves. Shall we be off? And yeah, that's also true, Ryomi. Bards also lost Foe's Requiem in Shadowbringers. I think it was Foe Requiem? And I think Ardell might be able to explain it more precisely, but if I remember correctly, Foe Requiem was heckin' weird. I believe it was... Oops, there's a critical engagement. Sorry. I believe it was a GCD that increased the damage taken by enemies from magic damage by like 3%. And it was maintained until you ran out of MP. Yes, you heard that right. MP. As a bard. And yes, magic damage. Which meant that, like, aside from, like Wind Bite or Storm Bite, you didn't actually benefit from it yourself. It was for the Black Mage and the Dark Knight. How many memories of the dying do you have? Oh, let's see. 17 of these, 10 of these. I haven't been keeping track. I think you need 20 of each, right? But yeah, Foe Requiem was weird. I think it was a GCD. It might have been an OGCD with a cast time. Which is weirder. But it was really weird. That much I can say. It was really weird. And they removed it in Shadowbringers. Yeah, Derby, we discovered earlier we can't actually trade while in Bozja. Ability cast time 1.5 seconds. Right, well, exactly. It was an OGCD with a cast time. Very, 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 very strange. They didn't do that very often. Incidentally, quite consistently, abilities with cast times just didn't work well. If I remember correctly, damage taken increased from certain actions. I can't remember. Do I stay in the same one? I don't stay in the same one. I got my answer there. Do not stay in the same one. And by the way, those are not happiness hearts. They're not like the friendship pellet. They're similar to the friendship pellets from Undertale. You don't want them. And exactly, it's like Blue's off guard. Here's a fun fact: off guard used to be an effect that the blue mage had to maintain on their target. When I say had to maintain, I mean the original effect of off guard was the target takes, I think it was like 50% more damage from the blue mage caster. So you basically had to maintain it 100% of the time on your primary target. They decided that that was dumb and removed it. And then they buffed a lot of blue mage actions so that they didn't suck without that 50% damage boost. Oh, there's just straight up another one. Another one. Now, I didn't want to do my quest anyway. It's fine. Oh, Ymir here. Do we have a second group at all? I see Graham is here alone. And Ymir is here alone. And I think we have some solos. Nice one, Ymir. Now you can cram 1,200 potency OGCs into a burst. Yeah. Could you imagine, Ryoma, if old off-guard still existed? Rust, did you die because you moved place so that you were on the black part between the pizza slices? Because that one is lethal. That one just straight up one-shots you if you're on that one. It was probably lag. Right. Manipulate, mansplain. That's an interesting name. I don't know if Cruise or Manipulate are stream people, but I know Graham and Ymir are. So if we have a second group that isn't full, those are safe to invite, certainly. Like, our friends over here. They're actually next to you, Leah. They're actually right over here on the left. Where I'm jumping. I don't know if you've tried inviting them and they say no, but okay. Okay. Tactics here? Oh, I can't even remember what this fight is. It looks quite interesting, doesn't it? Who's the boss? Is it these guys? Look! More mobs! Look! Boss mechanics! From somewhere. No one knows how or who. Are we even enough people for this? We need 8. Okay, we are enough. I would have been a bit mean. Oh, there's untargetable Guardians on the field doing a mechanic, and then they engage us. Well, that's a little unfair. Can we have that as players? Oh yeah. I'll become targetable. I just need to do like 2 minutes of my Black Mage rotation. Then you can attack me as much as you want. Oh my god. That's how long? Oh, we have to run into them. Weird. Active camo breaks on offensive action. Ah. So I can't be allowed to cast for minutes. I was really hoping for the new genius Black Mage strat. I was really thinking maybe that's what we're getting. Maybe that's what they're upgrading on ley lines, that they just give you camo for Dawn Trail. Wait. How close were you? You were near us. What? What's happening? Why did that kill you? Oh, what? What? Really? Really? Naomi died. Got rest into a stack marker and immediately died. That was a get down, Mr. President moment. Uh-oh. Wait, there's another one. That was so mean. That reminds me of when people when we had what was it, Aradel just getting targeted, just harassed by Ramu Thursday. Just Aradel in particular, just getting memed on because Ramu meme. This boss is just hating someone in particular. That's never fun. Yeah, I did see there was another critical engagement. I just waited a moment so that we had people rest. Maybe meanwhile I by instinct hit sprint after LB3 rares on a death edge and die again. I feel a little lonely over here. I don't think I can beat this boss alone. Are you kidding me? Are you for real? You chase really far, buddy. I think I'll just commence the critical engagement instead of trying to double down. Oh, that guy. There's something with this guy. I can't remember how he does it, but he puts mines on the floor and they become invisible. I believe the strategy people usually use for it is like when a tank knows that there is a mine somewhere, they defensive cooldown up and eat it. Because tanks can do that, I believe. But the important part for everyone is be careful. Don't just run around all willy-nilly. You'll die. You will die. And then also remember that this boss fight, I believe, has a lot of movement in it. So enjoy that. You're welcome. What can I say? They need 2 beams to activate. And they remember. So the 2 that got beamed that didn't shoot will activate from... I don't think I have... Nope. There's the mines. Did you see them? What? I didn't remember them just exploding like that. Is that when you stepped in it? Oh man, neutralization. Yet it does seem like you're right on that one, Orkney. I'm pretty sure I have to step into the traps, into the mines and let it explode for a big raid wide. Just walking out of like the explosion with my hair to all sides. Like, what makes you think that? I'll save you with the power of a healing spell. I'm gonna get my money's worth. My cluster's worth. Oh, I did see that. What, Ryoma, was that with Radiant Aegis? Or did you just eat that? Like, clean? You shielded, okay. Because I was like, you just barely survived that. If you could eat that clean without help, then, I mean, I could probably eat one. Like, I could probably, like, you know, go for a mine. Also, just to check in on what Leah asked about. There's 14 people in the instance. I think... You said you're missing 3? There's genuinely... I think it's 1 rando. I don't know if Manipulate there is from the stream, but if they're not, then it's 1 rando, and then you're missing 3. That seems like we are all paired up. Oh, hi! Hey, I brought a small battalion to help us. Because a beast which raised your HP. Ah. That would do it. My apologies, Caetsu. Our preoccupation with the extraction device left us all but oblivious to their approach. It will not happen again. Sad Mikoto. Domino's Pizza? Are you alright? I heard screaming. An ambush by the Garleans. Thankfully, Caetsu arrived before we came to harm. Another missed opportunity to see her in action. At least you're all unharmed. Still, yeah, have we reached our destination? I'm picking up a huge rise in levels of NRG 108 waves. It's definitely the place. Then let us begin. The sunglasses are just very good purchase, Emir. How much longer until its energies are fully restored? An excellent question, but unfortunately a rather difficult one to answer with certainty. Considering the high concentrations of ether it has absorbed thus far, I would imagine it has sufficient stores to suit our purposes. We must be mindful, however, that the naturally occurring ether of this location will take time to restore itself should we need to charge the focus again. Again? No, I don't think that will be necessary. Hmm? Pardon? Bruh. One false move and she dies. Misia, what are you doing? Sad Mikoto. Oh, don't worry. I still have need of you yet. Though, if she refuses to stand down... Don't look down on me like that. That's rude. A wise decision. I have sunglasses on! Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. Yeah, looking at the time, Rust, it'll probably be next week that we do Castrum. Well, that sounds nice, Vince. It is a good time with a day off.
She did what? No. No, I cannot believe it. By the gods! And you say she stole the crystal focus as well? I fear we have little time to determine the how and why of her betrayal. Mikoto's rescue must be made a priority. Be that as it may, Messiah may not have been working alone. I need you to bring me a list of any close acquaintances she had within the Resistance. I have questions for them. Yes, sir. If I am to be completely honest with you, we haven't the troops to spare for Mikoto's rescue. We are stretched far too thin as it is. But we cannot very well leave her to the mercy of the Empire. That they would capture her alive suggests a plan requiring her expertise and preternatural gifts. Until we can determine precisely where she's being held, I believe what few resources we have would be best focused on storming Castrum Lacaslatori. Once the Castrum falls, her safety can be more easily assured. We will focus all our efforts on her rescue thereafter. You have my word.
I think we're at level 74, Vince. We've had a lot of talking with NPCs. Meanwhile, at Castrum Lacaslatori.
And I'm tired of sitting about with our thumbs up our asses. Why wait for reinforcements when we could wipe the Bozjan resistance off the board in one fell swoop? Even with just the troops stationed here at the Castrum, they wouldn't stand a chance.
You have already demonstrated gross insubordination by leading charges into the field against orders. Soldiers have been court-martialed for far less, and such behavior ill befits one of your station. I need not remind you that our true objective is the subjugation of Dalmasca and the seizure of its resources, not to engage in petty skirmishes with these Bozjan curs. They will be dealt with in due course, but only once the Dalmascan resistance has been annihilated.
Who do you think you're talking to, boy? I know full well what we need to bring Dalmasca to heel, and I've said from the beginning that invading Bozja was a waste of time. The sooner we get this over with, the better.
A waste of time. Yet who was it front and center during the invasion? I hope you have not forgotten the soldiers you sacrificed for the sake of this waste of time.
Retaining our foothold here is essential to our plans. Now that Doma and Alamego have reclaimed their independence, the Bozjans have been inspired to follow suit. Should they succeed, the Dalmascans will be next. We cannot hope to withstand a united resistance from all sides.
Don't waste your breath, Albedio. The only thing this rabid dog understands is bloodshed.
Watch your tongue, or it's your blood that'll be shed next.
Snarl at me all you like, but there's no escaping the truth. The Empire's doomed to fall, and before long the 4th Legion will have no home to return to.
Your point being?
If Gabranth is to build his new nation, we have to regain control of these provinces.
You know our dear boy Noah better than most, and I'm sure you've made plans of your own for this new nation he's building.
I don't appreciate your tone. Are you implying that I would betray his trust?
Oh, would you stop? If anyone hates this pedantic pageantry more than me, it's you.
Perhaps, but so long as I have a hand to play, am I wrong to keep it?
That's the way of it, eh? Fine. Stay here and hatch your schemes. My place is on the battlefield.
Very well, if that is your wish. But when the dust settles and the judgment bells toll, I pray you will be ready to answer for your transgressions.
The very flashy axe of his. By the way, fair enough, Leah, and I hope you have a good day, Baron. Are you certain this is wise?
A dog he may be, but he is not without his uses. I dare say there's none more loyal to Gabrand than the 4th Legion. What's more, he is not so foolish as to seek out the false glory of an honorable death in battle.
Oh, Bozjan cluster.
He and his beasts should prove an adequate distraction for our enemies. In the meantime, I leave the castrum in your hands. Should the Bozjans advance this far, I trust you will not disappoint me.
By your leave. Empire has already fallen, Dumby. Indeed, Vivi. This is actually the fact that all of the Beastmasters we see in Bozja use axe and shield is the reason why a lot. It is at least I believe that there's a reasonable chance that they will use axe and shield, although they might choose to do something completely different by the time Beastmasters come out. Remember, this was Shadowbringers. Our scouts have yet to find any trace of Mikoto, but I promise we will bring her back safely. Our scouts have yet to find any trace after you've stood there for like 5 minutes. For now, let us focus our efforts on retaking the castrum. See? Right, there's another quest. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. In the meantime, enjoy the essence of the Watcher. Sanity restored. Perfect time for me to return, it seems. Hey! Karma Star's here. That's Vince.
Is the second group coming as well? See 8 participants. Group 2. Rise of the... Oh. It's that one. Oh, Imya, you still lead? Kabastai is our friend. Can you get Kabastai to your group? Time for re-raid. No, it's just math, man, isn't it? I'm sure it'll be fine. Boot camp mode. Oh, this is going to be a problem if I remember correctly. Yep. Yep, lag. Lag makes that really, really hard. Yeah. Of course, if there are races, prioritize players that can race. Let's see. Primes 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. Did he do forced march, or is that not this one? Multiple. Well, I don't have the debuff. Does that mean it doesn't count, or? I'm confused. You didn't need to participate. Ah. Well, pray for me. Yeah. Latency makes this really, really scary. Do I have any? I do not. It's bad. Again, he's just going for it again. What do we have alive? We have a tank. Is this what we're doing? What happened to math? I was just dead for the math. Nope. Yep, that's it. It's over. It's over. the AoE's coming here. That is a good idea, Leah. It's just, because of latency, it means that I'm not at all ready for it when I get hit. Like, it sneaks up on you because you're not expecting to get hit, because you're clearly not getting hit on your screen. Or on my screen, I should say. But yeah, when we're down on players, the best you can do is rest people that can rest. If you have no tanks or only one tank, it might be helpful to have an extra. And then it's like people that are not dying. I would have probably had chosen someone way above me, if I'll be perfectly honest. That's just stepping on my toes. In the one critical engagement where I was basically dead the entire battle, it gives me critical role as an achievement. Not entirely in love with that. And yeah, exactly, Sip. That was what, like, I looked around, it's like, there's a dead tank, there's a dead healer. I'm probably not getting up. But I mean, I'll appreciate it. I'm not mad. I'll take the rest. Quest here. Oh, I didn't pick up the trail thing. I saw that I came back to a critical engagement, so I probably have to go back and do that. Priority 1 was I was lead. I have to click yes. Also, hey Brontum, hope you're doing well. Sounds fun with the painting of 40k models. I've done that like once or twice many years ago. I found it really difficult. Sounds like fun. Listen, Caetsu, I don't want to get your hopes up, but I think I know how to find Mikoto. You said Messiah waited until after the crystal focus had absorbed ether from the area before making off with it and Mikoto, right? Well, if we can use this equipment to trace the ethereal signature of the charged crystal focus, maybe it will lead us to Mikoto too. That's assuming, of course, they're being kept in the same place. We're going to want to cover the entire southern front, and for that, at least 2 more sensors need to be set up out there. Think you're up for it? I found 2 spots that should give us maximum coverage. Here, let me mark them on your map. I know it's a long shot, but we have to try, right? Yeah, exactly. Given that I can't res and I can't tank, I would assume that I'm like lowest priority. It's certainly like, since we're on OCE, there could even be an argument if there's anyone that specifically has no Voyager or like no Voyager tag, they would probably have a better connection. Didn't even see me. Understandable. I was out in the pits. I was very dead. I was super dead. Maybe this is an idea. You know what? Yeah, let's try that. Let's do that. Bam! I am become chonky bard. Slightly slower, but chonky bad. Is Kai getting clusters? I am receiving clusters from up north. I forgot to attune to the aetheryte. And I was right next to it too. Hey Six, hope you're doing well. Yeah, you have to do the Ivalice raid to get access to Bozja. Spart only plays heavy metal. Plate metal even. She's very heavy. She's dense. Domino's Pizza. All set? Then I'll start up the remote scanner. Oh, look, a Bozjan cluster. That should do it. One more, and with any luck, we'll track down the crystal focus on Mikoto. Oh man, that would have been way closer. Now, if only some genius had remembered to attune to the aetheryte, right? Ah, that would have been so convenient. Oh well. Better luck next time, I guess. Oh, Fragment of Compassion. Well, I mean, 6, I could imagine that most players, like a large percentage of players, would postpone like optional side content like Alliance raids while they still have MSQ to do. Ryoma says, I heard that they wanted to make Ivalice part of the MSQ, like with Crystal Tower, but decided against it. Yeah, I kind of understand that. Like, I kind of get it. Like, I kind of understand it. Oh, violence. Aetheryte first. Aetheryte first. Oh look, a Bozjan cluster. Yeah, what I mean by that is that if you're just playing through the MSQ, then it makes perfectly good sense that you don't, like, detour to do all sorts of other stuff. But if you're, like, trying to play with friends or whatever, then it makes sense, like, oh, well, we're doing this, we'll do it together. Oh, our Bozjan front is ending in 30 minutes. Ew. I could have sworn we went in at 8. Guess we didn't. All set, then I'll set up the remote scanner. Oh, that sounds like a long journey, Ryoma, but if you had fun with it... Although, waiting with Stormblood until you finished all the Heavensward Extreme trials sounds extreme. Perfect. Come back to base, and I'll see if I can't track down the crystal focus. Castrum popped. I see. Well, I can't. Well, I don't see. I can't see it because I haven't unlocked it. And we don't have enough time to actually beat it, so that would be a problem. That's part of the reason why I said I think we'll do Castrum next week. But, like, we can certainly reach Castrum. Sixpack says, what does the LB do? It's just regular old Limit Break. It's just because we're 8 players, we have access to Limit Break. So whatever Limit Break normally does. Ah, you're back. What's wrong? Do we need another sensor? No, everything went according to plan. I managed to locate the crystal focus. The thing is... It is as we feared. The crystal focus is being held at the castrum. Makes sense when you think about it. What with it being the enemy's main stronghold and all. Sorry for wasting your time out there, Caetsu. Nonsense, Lilia. For all we knew, the focus could have very well been moved to Dalmasca. But thanks to you and Blade Chaiji, we have removed all doubt as to its whereabouts. That's true, I suppose. The reason for Messiah's betrayal yet eludes us, but the Guardians are not like to understand how to make use of the crystal focus, not without assistance. Meaning Mikoto is, in all likelihood, being held at the castrum as well. Then there's still a chance to save her. The Sunglass Squad over here. Also, hey, Riaglita, hope you're doing well. Meanwhile, at Castrum Legislatore. Yes, over there. Sad Mikoto. Messiah, where... You're going to answer a few questions for me. We can start with how you are able to glimpse into the future. Messiah, why? Why are you helping the Empire? I'm the one asking the questions here. Now answer. No, not until you tell me why. Tell me why! I don't think you understand your situation here, or are you truly that naive? Is it for power? Renown? Have you always been on their side? I know you, Messiah. You're a woman of conviction, and you wouldn't do something like this without good reason. If you know me as well as you say, I would hazard you already have the answer. You would truly place your faith in Noah van Gabrandt? I've read about him and his father, the famed knights from the Republic of Landis. They say he was a man of vision. He was made legatus of the 4th Imperial Legion, and from what intelligence I could gather, he pays no heed to the race, parentage, or creed of his followers. And that same impartial judgment extends to the provinces under his control, if I'm not mistaken. Havens for those seeking a life free of prejudice and hate. But do you truly believe equality can be found under an imperial standard? My, the dutiful bookworm can read between the lines. Perhaps I gave you too little credit. I can but posit theories and conjecture, for I will never truly know of the indignity your family suffered, nor can I speak on the alarming disparity between the nobles and commoners, even before Bozja succumbed to imperial rule. As I understand, You know, I do realize it's probably that she's like tied under like the ruffles there, but it does look like she's just sitting there with her hands behind her back.
As I understand, it was a country where the needs of the few outweighed those of the many. The wealthy were free to forge their own futures, while the poor were free only to die should they fail in their daily struggle to survive. And even if some few nobles were opposed to the nation being governed by an oligarchy, their peers would never relinquish their power and wealth for the greater good.
Because knows when to not move.
Yeah. While that Bozja is no more, I realize there are those among the resistance who yearn for the halcyon days of their forebears, who would judge you based on your lineage rather than the content of your character. Their voices are but echoes of a reprehensible past. You should understand better than anyone the future Baisalian and Marsak mean to build, a way forward paved with dignity and equality. Times change, Monsieur. People change.
Times change.
No, people don't change. They only fool themselves into believing they can. I was ridiculed, marginalized, treated like an other. By the mere virtue of being highborn, theirs was the righteous path, mine the immoral. Baisalian and Marsak claim they want to put an end to the discrimination, but there's no escaping their true nature. Their hatred must be driven out with force. Would putting your faith in them be such a terrible thing? Oh, if you knew the depths of their malice, their treachery. Perhaps I should tell you the tragedy of Queen Gunhilde and the great betrayal of her followers. I'm sure you've heard the legends of Save the Queen. The blessed blade that could only be wielded by Queen Gunhilde. Yes, I've heard the tales. When her kingdom came under attack during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, she brought the full might of the blade to bear to save her people, and in so doing gave her own life. A bittersweet end to her reign, but I fail to see what that has to do with anything. Before the Fourth Umbral Calamity, Gunhilde's blades foresaw their coming doom. As the kingdom's acting political body, they saw it as their duty to save their people at any cost, and so devised a plan to save Bozja using the power of the Holy Blade. The Queen's body would serve as a conduit for the Blade's power, allowing them to summon a god. No, you don't mean... A primal summoning, yes. Though perhaps it would be more fitting to call it an icon. The blade was, after all, originally a relic stolen from the Allegans. An icon? Heavens forfend.
Icons, all of them.
There was one problem, however. The Queen knew that, once she took in the power of this god, there would be no turning back. She was a coward, and despite her duty to protect the people, she chose her own life over theirs. Yet Gunhilde's blades would not see their efforts come to naught, for they soon realized the sacrifice need not be the presently reigning queen, nor did they need to be of noble blood. And so a low-born shrine maiden was chosen to ascend the throne. Obedient to a fault, she did not hesitate to give her life to forestall the coming calamity. Would that this tragic tale end there, but I'm afraid it takes a rather bloody turn. You see, despite sacrificing herself to save Bozja, the new queen did not die, nor was she consumed by the icon's power. There was a woman of Ishgard, Ysael, capable of such a feat, but to embrace the power of the icon and retain her sense of self, that would mean this queen possessed the Echo. And her power struck fear into the hearts of Gunhilde's blades, for a god now walked among them. But rather than the puppet the blades had wished for, she was pure and free, and for that, she was slain. The Blades would not, could not risk her discovering the truth of her ascension, that she was but a sacrificial lamb to save their highborn brethren. They claimed the queen had gone mad, drunk with the god's power, leaving them no choice but to slay her. She was then buried, along with the blade, and the truth. Where did you hear this? My dad told me. Let's just say it's a bit of family history. Actually, my dad told me. Now, answer my question. How were you able to see the future? I don't know. I've never been able to use it of my own volition. I suppose it doesn't matter. We'll drag it out of you soon enough. Oh, not that. It's fake echo time. Can't you tell me the tragedy of that plague is the wise? But yeah, that is true. Sometimes having done old content in advance leads to more story, even in the MSQ, like with Gaia. Just thinking about what they might be doing to Mikoto. Please, you have to save her. They could be talking with her for like ages, like for 13 minutes. They could have been talking with her. Could you imagine the pain? Oh, I can rank up again. Excellent. They're eating Gallian pizza without you. No! Anything but the Gallian pizza. And not, yeah, exactly. Not even a cup of tea. They're just like barbarians having a talk for hours without even having tea or a walk or anything. They actually threw her. Not exactly a walk if I ever saw one. They could be telling her the tragedy of Death Plague is the wise. They could indeed. Violence. Violence. Oh boy. That's good too. Stronger heal, a lot stronger heal, but limited use. You just get like a message from Mikoto like 0 out of 10 bad room service. They didn't even give me a cup of tea or anything. Could be showing him pictures of Sid. You know, I think she might actually like that. They gave me Little Caesars instead of Domino's. 1 out of 10. Gave me the they asked me what pizza I wouldn't want, and they bought exactly that one for me. The time has come, Caetsu. This day we shall take Castrum Lacus Latore. On behalf of the Resistance, I offer you my humblest thanks. We could not have come this far without your aid. I still don't quite understand how you're doing this in that armor of yours. Or outfit. I don't think it qualifies as armor. What say you, my friend? Are you prepared to rout the Gallians? You couldn't stop me if you tried. But he's with Nero and all of that. You know what? I think Mikoto could appreciate that. I don't think she's against that, honestly. The battle for the castle will no doubt be the fiercest yet, but do not forget your training. Do not forget all we have fought for. Your Gunhilda's blades, and by the Queen's grace shall we prevail this day. Now, let us make ready for battle, for Bozja.
It's a weird muscle bandana thing.
Reports suggest a powerful mage presently commands the castrum, and the continued presence of lions as Helsus will no doubt prove troublesome, to say the least. Still, with you at our side, I'm confident we'll be victorious in the end.
Sid has 2 hands, but Nero wants both of them. I mean, now access the critical engagement, the Battle of Caemmunity like a Satori. The critical engagement will be initiated when a sufficient number of players with access to Caemmunity like a Satori are present on the southern front. Furthermore, by completing other skirmishes and critical engagements, the time required before the Battle of Caemmunity like a Satori can be initiated again will be reduced. Be sure to prepare lost actions from the Lost Finds cache, as they may prove key to turning the tide of battle. Oh, look, there's a little party here. Yeah, with only 12 minutes left. Oh my armor's not doing well. It might be beneficial to, like... I don't know. We're all the Lalafell soldiers. On the one hand, I'm thinking, like, with this much time left... I don't know if I can even request repairs here. Oh, I can! Thank you. You can't trade, but you can repair. On the one hand, I'm thinking we could hop out and do like leveling roulette or something. Because it is getting late as well. On the other hand, I feel like we will probably try to finish Bozja and Zadnor with Smol Kai if we can. Which means that it doesn't even matter whether, like, we reach level 90. Because if we reach level 90, it's just going to be like, well, now I can also do stuff as Dark Knight or something. Like, actually, then I would probably just switch to Astrologian so that we get XP on that. So, like, I don't know if there's any point in doing leveling roulette. Leveling Viper. If only we could, right? Oh yes, I've just put that amount in for ages as well. But we could hop out and in again, and then we would have time for, like, you know, like 45 minutes of more stuff. Should we do that? I think we should do that. Instead of just hanging around. Well, Emir, you might have to hop out because the fact that there's no new entrance for 40 minutes suggests that the entry for that particular session has closed. Because it's been active for too long. So we wouldn't be able to join you. But you're welcome to stay. Yeah, once you're all out... Hmm. Oh. Thank you. What? I don't meet certain requirements? What? Thank you. The question is whether we need... Oh yeah, we will need a group too. Oh, thank you. I have to ask, Radovan, are you in the chat? I don't think I saw earlier. Yeah. Salt and pepper and Dane's life. Thank you. Oh, I can't even summon it here. Oh. Is that a mount? Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure those are pretty valuable. I think. Oh, well, I'll certainly use it. Thank you. Wow. Also, I am I am really I'm even more curious who Radovan is in the chat. I have never said a favorite, apparently. Do this. Why did I never set set favorite mounts? I just had so few that I didn't even bother. Radovan is your mother. Oh. Not gonna favorite. I favorited the mounts I've been gifted. I bought the whale myself. And actually, speaking of the Gabriel mount, I'm like 90% certain I don't have this mount on my main, but I have the golden version on my main, and I got an additional key for it that I gave to a friend. But I have never gotten this one. That's pretty funny. Oh, is it you, Deadly Kitten? Fair enough. It's been sitting here for a while taking advantage of active Bozja for relic progress since OC is dead 80% of the time. Oh, that is a good point. That is a pretty good point. Well, I do plan to, at the very least, we'll probably be doing leveling Bard through Bozja for the next few weeks. And I think we'll probably do Zadnor while we're there. But I can imagine that it would be a nightmare. I remember, like back in Shadowbringers, like late Shadowbringers, I specifically started going, okay, I actually have to finish all of these Shadowbringers relics. Because if I don't do it now, when the next expansion rolls around, it's going to be hell. Like, actually hell. to get it done because of how much of it is in Bozja. Like, nowadays, people talk about, like, how can you beat the Lubrum Regine with, like, you know, a handful of players, like a light party. Because people don't do it very much. Whereas when I was running it, like, people were like, it was a matter of, is it better to just queue in and go and go and go? Or is it better to, like, make a party finder group with everyone just going full blaster? On all the good stuff. Exactly, there's late night that runs. Emir, is your connection dead? Are you back? It seems like you're moving. Are you good? Makes it running the room easier when you don't need 5 people with almost savage actions just to clear under an hour. Oh yeah. I'll say Xavier's. Hope you're doing well. I have never had the joys of just Q into DR. Yeah. I can say that it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. If you've ever seen me on... I don't know if I can actually show this on this character. I'll try in a moment. But, I have a guide on how to report other players because it's important to know when people are mean and not doing the things like not being polite. But I've had to report, or I felt compelled to report players like 5 times. And of them, 3 of them were AFKers in PvP. And 2 of them were AFKers in the Lubrum Regine. The key here is that in both of these types of content, you can't actually get kicked. So people just do that. And aside from that, sometimes I can't remember how long like a Delubrum Regine run took. I can genuinely not remember, but sometimes you would have one that like really dragged out, and the reason it would drag out was because it like, over half the raid wasn't using essences or lost actions at all. And the worst experience of that I think I ever had, like the most annoying experience of that I ever had, was a run where 8 players had left by like the chess pieces boss. Like, we cleared that and then we realized that we only had like basically 2 full parties worth of players distributed over the entire like alliance. And we decided to push on through because we had already invested so much time. Then someone in my group said something to the effect of, "Oh, it's taking so long." And I looked at them and saw that they were not using an essence. And they were like, I believe they were a healer, and they weren't even attacking very much. So I was just sitting there like, you're part of the problem! Do you want the funny Nidhogg bow? I don't know. I have. Can you dye? Can I dye it pink? Is it dyeable? Is it expensive? If it's expensive, then I don't want you to just hand it to me. That would be waste of your money, I feel like. Oh, you can't dye it, but now that you've given it to me, I kind of have to use it. Oh, that's I had completely forgotten that you get stuff like that from the loot boxes. Exactly, Girian. Why is this taking so long? Someone expressly not making any effort to go fast. Right, should we take another stab at it? I don't know if we have a group 2 in order. We're going to Castrum? Not tonight. We're not going to Castrum tonight. It's too late for that. But next week, we are going Castrum. We will go to Bozja, and when Castrum pops, we're going to Castrum. Right. Let's get back in then. That's true, Weinreich. That's true. It's pink. It has the pink glow. Is group 2 coming? Demon says I'm not leader. Oh, maybe you disconnected and lost leader? Karma Star's not in a group? Is that who's lead in group 2? Wait, Karma Star's here from earlier. What? Vince has just stayed. What? Or just I don't even know. What? It's just been here for 50 minutes. What? That's pretty funny. How did you manage that, Vince? That's incredible. We're just hanging out. I think we'll go with the plate bearer because I'm clearly not the sharpest. Oink. Very nice. Thank you for the mount. I'll use this. Oh, that one is ending. There's something in the third zone we can start with. Also, you're welcome to Reaglita. That is actually the reason why we're going to Bozja, is because there's space for, like, the only requirement is, do you have Bozja? Although I suppose now it's like, do you have Bozja? And if you want to stick to the flock, it's like, do you have access to all the zones? See, one thing that I never quite figure out what was best on these kinds of skirmishes, where you like have to fight over supplies, is whether it is actually better to just kill things when they drop the supplies, or if it's better to like try and cheese it and just yoink supplies and avoid fighting. Never quite figured out what I felt was better. But if you have people, probably better to just kill things. It's at least not worse. I have a feeling we might have enough to just hand it in. Now we just need to like clear up what we're currently fighting so that people can escape. Oh, fair enough, Vince. That was just incredibly convenient that we landed in the exact session you were in. Static the Unwavering says for the second time in chat,
take a good look, Imperials. You'll only get to see this once.
I suppose that's true, Vince. Although, based on how Bozja works, I believe that it works in such a way that at some point they close it, so that to start a new session, right? To like not make things go too crazy and weird. And because there's no need for more than one session, it's just there's one session and at some point they close it and then they open a new one. And I expected us to enter a new one, which was why I was surprised to find that this is actually an hour-old session. At least an hour old. Depends on activity too? Maybe. I don't actually know about that. I know that I've had, like, been in Bozja in zones that were extremely active, and then you just see suddenly that it just nosedives, like it just bleh, dead. As you see that people like stop getting replaced as they exit. However, not 100% sure on this. I'm pretty sure, for good or bad, better or worse, I'm reasonably sure that Castrum spawns around an hour into a session, or something to that effect. If it gets too active, it'll create a new session for more to join in on. Yeah, these days, that's a big if. Well, I mean, Castrum should... I'm pretty sure when a new session is started, Castrum spawns approximately an hour in. Something like that. And then, after that, it can spawn again. So, like an hour after the first one, but if you're doing stuff in Bozja, it reduces the time. What buff food do Scholar and Sage eat for stats? I get mixed answers everywhere I go. I would guess that classically you would use baked eggplant at max level. If you're using a build that relies on some super duper specific amount of like spell speed or something, you would use Caviar Canopy instead, which gives spell speed, as Ryoma mentioned. So it depends. Like, the reason why you might get mixed answers is because the answer is mixed. Gleaming says, how do I check if I'm in your session? The friend list doesn't open there. You click adventure list. Like, you open here and then you click adventure list. And if you can see me in the list, then you know you're in the right spot. You'll also see a bunch of other known faces, of course. But that is how you can see it. Oh. Wow! That thing Leah mentioned earlier about the fates taking a bit to scale up really, really is proven here. We come into a session that seems to have put... Like, look at this. There was no one other than Vince for like 40 minutes. Then someone came in, and then 10 minutes later, we come in. And every fate we get, we just instantly mow everything down. Because the fates are like, I mean, there's like 2 people here, right? Oh, 16, you say? That does change some things. And Riaglita is there. Nice. And yeah, I see you, Gleaming. You're here. If you're leveling, Zach, then the important thing is that you have the well-fed buff from eating food. Like, for leveling, the food buff you ultimately need is like provided by a boiled egg. The second group should have a spot. We're 16 players total in the session. Which one is yours, Riaglita? You're using caviar canopies. That's fair enough. Riaglita is Ashira Mira. So if group 2 has space for Ashira Mira as well. And I could just mention, it's not that I'm like, oh, the random strangers, we don't want those. It's more that people that are on the stream are expecting potentially to get invited, whereas the people that just happen to be here might prefer to be left alone. I don't want to like intrude on them. That's the reason why I'm like, and invite the people we know. Oh, this music is very ominous. Isn't this the music that's in the Chrysalis? Not this, what we just heard. Oh. Right. Six says my warrior flight is so unhealthy. All they eat is caviar canopies and baked eggplants. But I have a hunch in 2 months they may get sick of it and eat something new. Exactly, in 2 months. Maybe they'll eat like a burrito or something. Like an oversized burger in a random cutscene, as you do. Fair enough, Zach. I'm only giving that advice because sometimes people like feel like they have to be using the best food when they're just leveling, and you don't have to. And some people might feel like, well, that means I can't actually afford to level, which you don't have to. But if you have the money, go crazy. Like, sure, using baked eggplant and caviar canopies will give you an edge power-wise. You get better stats, you get 10% more vitality. That's really good. There's a reason why whenever I, like you've probably seen many times that, like, if I'm, like, going into a duty as a tank or something, and I'm like, oh, this is a hard one, you'll see me use food on my main. I should have taken the Aetheryte. Instead, I'm taking this excursion through biased land with 2 people that really trusted me to know where to go. Oh no. I hope not. We all made it here safely. I just managed to take the worst possible path over here. And that's fair enough, Zach. The reason why I kind of typically sort of like step over and just ignore the possibility that you might just be making or buying, like making your own food, is because the way I see it is, if you've bought the food, then you of course spent money on it, which you could have saved. If you made the food, but you bought the materials, then you spent money on it and time. If you gathered the materials yourself and made the food yourself, then you spent a lot of time on it. And, incidentally, you could have spent that time on, ding ding, making money, which means you lost money. So, like, that's the reason why I just completely ignore the possibility that maybe you crafted it yourself, is because it doesn't matter to me. You still, like, you invested something in this, and maybe you don't think it's worth the investment, right? Like, if it is optional. But that's the reason. I'm not saying that you did anything bad for doing this. Not at all. I'm simply saying that, like, maybe you didn't want to spend those resources. Look! Look at this. About an hour, right? Hey, look, it's custom. I feel like it's better if we wait till next week, even though it's so there. It's right there. I think it's better we wait. Sip, the reason why I'm saying it's been an hour is because we discovered that Vince has been here for an hour. And yes, exactly, Gazel. Precisely, Gazel. You could spend that time for making guild, but you might enjoy crafting your own food. Exactly. Like, if we want to get super pedantic on this, or be super silly about this, is if I'm going to be this focused on time spent well, then I spent 3 hours Thursday farming Ramu Extreme Synced. That's incredibly inefficient. Insanely inefficient, even. Xavier's counterpoint: beyond 100 million, Gil is basically worthless or free. There are things you could buy for over 100 million Gil. Or like things that you would be able to afford buying if you had over 100 million Gil. Oh, wait. You can flip the question around and figure out how much Gil you spent on getting that Ramu Extreme Sync. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, like a million. First step to be time efficient, close to stream. No! Yeah, it's like how I say, if you want to do something right, do it yourself. If you want to have fun, do it with friends. Sometimes these two things overlap. Sometimes. But it's the same with so many other things. If you're too focused on being optimal, then like how much time are you spending on actually having fun? And that was actually something that I had to gripe with a few years ago with Genshin Impact when it was new. I basically logged in when like there were only the, I can't remember, there's the wind area and the earth area. And because there was well, we're going towards this one now, so we're grabbing this one. Because there was very little to do every day, I literally went from like and looted every single possible respawning chest on the in the map, because that was the only thing you could do. Like there was very limited grindable stuff. So just grind it, and it wasn't fun. It was just not. Whoa! It was just not fun. And at some point, I had to ask myself, am I logging in every day because I feel like I have to? I'm logging in every day because I'm having fun. And I didn't log in again. It's just, nah, I'm actually just logging in because I feel like I've spent too much energy and resources on this game to just drop it. For 100 million gil, you could buy a katana collection and a boat full of Mikote and Yukata. I think we should be able to hand in about now. You can also afford a cowboy. That's really specific. Have you made this purchase, Gleaming? It's really specific. Do you know exactly how many Mikote are in a boat full of Mikote? I think it was like 6. Oh. I don't know, I expected more for some reason. And that's good, Zach. Like actually, I don't know how much people would actually like clamp onto the i610 food part of it. However, I can say with confidence that a lot of new players remember that they had this experience really early in the game, that some person just came up to them and gave them stuff. Like stuff they could actually use. Like things that were clearly valuable. Like for example, if you're just handed i610 buff food, you might not even realize at that point yet that you could just go to the market board and buy that. They might, like, on the one hand, they might be able to do that. On the other hand, they might not actually be able to afford that, and they would never buy it if they could, because they don't have that kind of money. At least not yet. And for them, it's a lot more valuable than however much that particular item is actually worth. Took you some time to make that food. They don't know how much that time was. They don't know if you bought any of the materials. They don't know how much time you spent on it. Doesn't matter. Use a numpad? I do not. I use an MMO mouse with a thumb grid on the side. I use a keyboard and an MMO mouse. I have seen gamepad like those. Well, like those like mini pads with like a select amount of buttons on them. That is actually pretty funky now that you mention it, Six. I think I've had a fat cat minion on my main, just in the in inventory, for like at least half a year, I feel like. I can't even remember how I got it. But I haven't figured out what to do with it. As in, I already have the fat cat mount, my fat cat minion myself. Sorry, the minion. But like, who do you give it to? Give it to me. You know, Emil, that is actually a pretty good sales pitch. That is actually pretty good. You should give it to me. Do you not have the fat cat minion, Emil? No? Huh. Well. I mean... that's also a pretty good one, Mioels. I think it's a great suggestion to me. I also think you should give it to me. Who else? Well, if Sib is buying you one right now, then how much is it? Everyone should be given a fat cat on starting the game. Well, the important tip, everyone. Oh, oops. We should turn back. We left Radovan on a boss fight. The important thing is don't read the fat cat minion description in your minion guide thing. Be careful with that. It might confuse you. Ow. If I remember correctly, the description says that the fat cat minion is basically a doll filled with spirits or something like that. Or is that the mount? Yeah, we should. I have one. Sib, are you buying the other one? Then we can gift Mihoels and Ymia a fat cat minion. I could also just buy one, but if Sip said he just bought one, then there's no point in me also buying one. It's Fatter Cat. Right. I think this might be the last fate we'll do. By the way, you really want to participate in this stack marker. Because it's a donut AoE. Hey! Level 76. We got 5 levels, despite everything. Right. I think we'll go back to... Well, I can just do this. Go back to the... to base. And then we can take a picture for the next thumbnail. Next week. And... then I think we'll be rounding up. And if you want to be in the picture for the thumbnail, you're of course welcome to join. Does anyone have any good ideas of where to take a picture here? You all says, today I learned I already have a fat cat from somewhere. Oh. How to get a fat cat? I think I have it from... Oh, that is actually a good idea, Debbie. I think I have it from the loot boxes from Grand Company. I think retainers can get them. Does anyone know? Fishing retainer. There you go. Small Kai stand on the lost action box, perhaps? That... Can you? Let me actually check. I'm pretty sure you can't actually stand on it. I'm just checking. I think over at Lilia makes sense since what we're doing. Nope. I think we discovered that last week, actually. I think this is good. Yeah, if you want to be on the thumbnail, come on over. Come on over. Get over here. I mean, all the scenery is so beautiful here. Yes. Smog in the air. Oh, wow. We have many Lalafell. We're out saving someone. Fair enough. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that... That's fine. I think this'll do. If you want to do an emote on the thumbnail, make sure to do it. If you'd rather not, then sit down and stand back up. If you want to use an expression after your on top of your emote, make sure to do that after the emote. And yeah, I'll give it a moment and I'll probably figure out what I'm doing. Sure. And, of course, always helps if we are a little closer together. So that we can, so that everyone can be on the picture. Obviously it's going to be something more like this, but I'll go into G-pose when I know that everyone's ready. But I know not everyone is in my party, so I can't ready check for everyone. I think it'll work if we like face it like this. Just give it a moment where you can actually see where we're doing it from before I G-pose. So you can also see where you are. Right. I'll do a ready check. I can't see it in the party too, so I'll just hope that you're ready. Graham, was that intentional? Okay, that was what I was worried about. So just saying, Riaglita, stand still. Because your character is the only one here that I have no control over. Because you're not on my friends list and you're not in my party. Let me just hop on out. Just double checking. Just double checking. If you don't want to do an emote or an action, make sure to sit down and stand back up. The only reason I'm saying that is because I'm guessing Radovan intended to just idle pose. In which case you'd have to sit down, stand back up, and then unsheath weapon to get that effect. But it remembers that you did Hill's Ingress. I'll wait a moment. Yeah, basically, if you want to be absolutely sure, you sit down, stand back up. And then you just, like, do your idle pose. I'll wait. It's not that you weren't allowed to do Hell's Ingress, but I think it would be hard to get on the picture. Right. I'm assuming that most people are ready. And people are quite spamming the emotes right now. It looks like there's actually that because we're in an instance, I can't actually control anyone who isn't in... Who am I on right now? Can't control anyone who isn't specifically in my group. That's a bit of annoying. Means should I emote? Well, given we are in this situation, the people that are in group 2 might want to, like, repeatedly use their emotes or something. Yeah, let me just get the light. Sorry, I should have done that first. I'll do the lighting, and then I'll, like, say when you should spam the emote. No, I'm very, I am donkey mode. We'll make this work. Alright, I think we have the lighting that I want. Go ahead. They call me super stubborn. One of these screenshots will be good. Yeah, exactly. One of them will do. And then Riaglita just staring at me. I took like a half a dozen pictures. I think one of them will do. I'll try to use the best one. Yeah, we should keep that in mind for next time, Derpy. I noticed specifically that I could see, like, immediately, because I was aware that Riaglita might have problems. I was looking at them, and then I didn't realize until it was, like, actually editing the setup, that I was like, wait. People are not doing anything. They should be doing something. And says perhaps I should have switched to a pose instead of an animation. No. If we had gotten to that point, then I should have just not taken the picture here. That's my problem. I'm sure we'll find something. I'm sure one of them is fine. Right. In that case, that was that, and this was this. I will Let me actually just talk with this resistance historian so I don't log in next time to being like, yeah, you have like 1/4 of your inventory's worth. Maybe I'll get like a random seeing horde weapon. Which one is it? It's the locksmith, right? I'm a locksmith, and I'm a locksmith. Wow. Wow. I already have that, apparently. Anyone need a parasol? Wow. Incredible value. Thank you, historian, who said I would be duly compensated or something. You got another mount. Did they increase the drop rate of this? Does that mean 3 mounts in one Bozja day? But yeah, just to reiterate, as I said before, the plan is next week we'll of course do Bozja again. But when Castrum pops, we're going. However many we are, we're going. Like, basically, when Castrum pops, we'll sign up for it, go to base, and look at cash to see, do we need anything? Like, do we need anything? See if there's anything we can do to make it easier on ourselves. That's the game plan. Preferably, we shouldn't need a second try. What actions to prepare for Castrum? I don't remember if there's anything in particular you need to prepare. But, like, make sure that you have the essence that you want. Make sure that you have access to the actions that you want. Like, a classic would be, like, for example, in terms of prep, we don't all need to bring Protect and Shell. Lost Death. Oh yeah, that's true. Lost Death is amazingly good for the hostage section. But yeah, my point is mainly that not everyone needs to bring these, for example. And if there's not a lot of healers, whatever reason that may be, it might be beneficial if DPS players and tank players maybe bring like Lost Cure. Similarly, if there's no tanks, then you can just grab Lost Incense and congratulations, you're a tank now. Exactly, Ham. In fact, I'm pretty sure we could just hang out here before Castrum and just have one person shell and protect everyone up, go cash and replace, but then of course we're missing it 30 minutes later. But yeah, you could just have one person doing the protect and shell. But again, if we're like, you know, around 2 parties, like ish, we should, I'm pretty sure, it's been a while, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't be a problem. It won't be a problem. Like that we're missing essences, but it will make things easier. So should I use Essence of Templar? I mean, it depends on what you have. What I would not recommend is, I think it would be a bad idea to grab essences like Profane and Irregular that specifically make you incapable of doing the role that, like, you are. And the main reason I'm saying that is because, for example, Essence of the Irregular here makes you do 90% more damage, take triple damage, and have 30% less HP. Basically, it makes you a DPS. You would just use this. You lose 30% damage. Which, like, overall, relatively speaking, is like closer to 20%, because you're going from 190% damage output to 160%. But you also take only a third of the damage, and you have basically 50% more HP. Like, it's way better overall. The same thing with Profane. You do a third healing, but you do double damage. Or you do 80% more damage with no downsides. Like, those kinds of essences are way safer. The main reason why I grabbed Plate Wearer is because the primary damage boosting essence for DPS is, I mean, 20% is 20%, and 15% crit chance is 15% crit chance, but it doesn't feel as insane as this or this. So I just feel like, I mean, this nearly doubles my survivability, I would say. But yeah, that's my main advice. Grab an essence either that makes you feel safer, or grab one that increases your damage without impeding your capacity to play normally. If you're a DPS or a healer, depending on situation, grabbing tank stuff might be necessary. If you're a DPS, it might be helpful to grab some healer stuff. If you're a tank, it might also be helpful to grab some healer stuff. Are Spellforge and Steel Sting useful in that engagement? I believe so. Only one person needs to bring it. That's true, although they only last 5 minutes, so it might be... That's a little bit of a pally power situation for those that know what I'm talking about there. In World of Warcraft, back in the day, Paladin Blessings only lasted 5 minutes. And there's like a handful of them. And you're 40 players in the raid. Alright, which paladin is responsible for applying Blessing of Might to everyone? Alright, yep. Come on over, Aaron. You're buffing everyone with Might. My GCD is 1.5 seconds, sir. Yes? And? So it will take me like at least a minute to buff everyone. Did I stutter? No. So do it. And you're just standing there. Might. Oh, Steve is doing wisdom. Because he's from accounting. Right. Just finishing with saying here. You're all welcome to stay and do more Bozja stuff. I understand that we managed to pick up Radovan because Radovan was just happy to have some people here. You're all welcome to continue the grind. I'm not going to be the kid who takes home the ball because I'm tired. Did I stutter? Yes. That doesn't mean I wasn't serious. But I will round up the stream. And I also want to say thank you all very much for both mount and thank you for all of the forgotten fragments. That helps me a lot so that I have to prepare less. I think I have what I need so that I can do my part. I can say though, if we fail Castrum Laxatory, then I think the second try I will not go Bard. Even if it sounds ridiculous when the whole point is that we're leveling for Bard. I had a full set for, yes, for level 80. Oh, wait. There's no point in that. I have to log out and return home. It's just a less extreme version of Blue's Breath of Magic and Matra Magic. It's more like the... It's a different version, yeah. But that's actually an interesting point. That actually reminds me... If we could have a black mage with Lost Flare Star, that would be amazingly good. Like, insanely good. Just one. Because it's, as Six mentioned, it's Breath of Magic from Blue Mage, but, like, supercharged. The reason why it quote-unquote has to be a black mage is because Lost Flare Star costs 9,000 MP. And it only lasts a minute. So you could imagine that over the course of a fight, a red mage or a summoner might have mana problems. I know, shocking. How can you supercharge Breath of Magic? So, Breath of Magic, if I remember correctly, is 120 potency per tick. Lost Flare Star is 300 immediately. 350 per tick. Like, you don't get that kind of power without, like, using every single buff you have. Does it also kill enemies that spawn later? No, Breath of Magic is the one that lasts a long time. Mortal Flame is the one that lasts forever. Although, now that would be funny. Cha-cha. Nice, Vince. Boss messes up and casts Immortal Flame, and now you're just incapable of dying. Hopefully you're not stuck anywhere then. But yeah, basically there's a select few options that are completely insane in Bozja and Delubrum Reginae and Zadna and all that. The particular ones I remember is Lost Flare Star and Seraph Strike. Lost Flare Star is exclusive to mages, specifically DPS mages, and because Black Mage has infinite MP, you know, the fact that Lost Flare Star costs 9,000 is completely irrelevant. The other one, being Seraph Strike, is... I can't remember exactly how it works. It costs, I think, like 5,000 MP, and basically does the stomp that White Mage uses in PvP, and makes you heal for way less, but do more damage. And that stacks with other damage modifiers. So you have both your 80% more damage from your essence, or 100% if you took the profane one. I think it's like 110% if you have like a deep essence. And Seraph Strike then gives you like a 60% on top for a little bit. And you could use other stuff as well. But yeah, indeed, with Profane and Seraph Strike, you're basically not healing for anything. Exactly, Irene. Lost Flare Star. That only costs 9,000. My Flare costs 10,000, technically. Six says, I was always curious, is level in Bozja class or account-wide? The rank that you have in Bozja is character-wide. So you don't have to do it on each job. What do you take for Lost Cash for Summoner in Bozja? I mean, if you're just in Bozja, you can grab, like... I mean, Steel Sting might be nice, so you can make your attacks do physical damage when it would be beneficial. Protect is always a safe one. Bobble is a safe one. Bobble just increases your HP, so that's like more widely applicable because you don't know if it's going to be physical or magical damage you're taking. And for Essence, well, you could use Skirmisher if you want more damage. If you want to play safer, you can use I don't think it's called Plate Bearer. Is that the one called Veteran or something? Increases defense and max HP. And if you want to go fast, Breathtaker basically makes it so that you have permanent sprint. So that's really good if you're just running around chasing skirmishes. But if you're doing something like Castrum or Delubrum, then it becomes more complicated. It kind of depends on what's in the group as well. Derby says the Gabriel mounts I got are worth 330k a piece. I believe the gold version is worth millions. Does permanent sprint also apply for mounts? I think if you have Breathtaker, it makes you run faster, even if you have the riding maps, but not 100% sure on that. Emir says it does stack. So yeah, it would make you go faster even on your mount. I only remember that I used Breathtaker a lot when I was like grinding rank. And that is like, I kid you not, as I said, you might have seen me doing like Bozja stuff in the background of videos. I just grabbed Breathtaker for that because I'm like, well, I normally do this. You know, just muscle memory. It says in the description. Oh. Well, guess what I didn't read, Emia. I think it also says something about poison resistance on the Breathtaker one, is that right? Increases poison resistance and movement speed, including mount speed, and increases evasion by 10%. It's like... it's just... You had me at movement speed. How often do you even get poisoned in Bozja? Can you get poisoned in Bozja? How often can you get poisoned in Bozja? Often? Really? Ah. I feel like I didn't get poisoned. I got like a wind damage debuff, but that's not poison. Anyway, random mobs. Ah, that does track because Breathtaker kind of feels like the you're traveling in Bozja thing. That said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the wonderful people in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord Caemmunity server that you can join. There you will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You will also find the announcement room where you can see links to new videos, streams, whatever comes up. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and then you'll get a notification whenever I post a video, post a stream, and you also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. So you can join us for Castrum. If you liked this particular stream, it would help me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream that you would like other people to enjoy as well. So naturally that helps me a lot. Thank you so much in advance. And if you want to support the channel even more directly, you can of course also become a member. You can gift memberships. You can use the super chat system. And if you don't want to do the YouTube stuff, you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. To support the channel there. There isn't any secret content hidden behind a paywall or anything. All of the videos and streams on the channel are free for everyone to see, so I don't want anyone to feel forced. But all of the support is of course very much appreciated. I think that's everything. Next week we will go to Bozja again, and we will do Castrum when it pops. Hopefully we'll beat it first try. I have also some plans. Some of you may have heard of the 5 actions per player challenge that we've talked about in the Twist streams. We might be doing that on Tuesday. So that might be fun. With that said, I think that's everything I have for you tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And now we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. Good night. Good night. She sleeps with sunglasses.